This is Ukraine, a country of brave hearts, creative minds, fertile soil, and rich mineral resources. Agriculture is Ukraine's economic engine, along with energy, chemistry, manufacturing industries, metallurgy, and the extraction of minerals. So, yeah, we rock. Our country can even show off unicorns, as many famous startups were born here. In terms of IT, we are the #1 engineering workforce in Central Europe. We are betting on a digitalized future. Ukraine is the first country with a valid digital ID and the fastest business registration in the world. That's how we're moving towards being a modern, democratic European state. We're moving. Until one morning, our people woke up to explosions. Russia launched a full-scale invasion. Missiles, air raids, battles on peaceful lands. We faced forced migration, logistics crises, port blockades, communication outages, and constant blackouts. But nothing can break us. We are hard workers. We are fighters. To the entire world, Ukrainians have demonstrated heroic resistance. And Ukrainian businesses showed extraordinary resilience too. In a matter of weeks, companies managed to reorganize and rethink their business models to keep working in extreme conditions. Can you imagine the hidden potential of people who kept growing their businesses from bomb shelters? And not just growing, but creating new ones as well. 200,000 new entrepreneurs were registered in 2022. 76% of the surveyed SMEs are currently expanding their businesses. 63% of EBA members continue to invest in Ukraine during the war. At the same time, Ukrainian manufacturers exported $37 billion worth of products in 2022 alone. The point is that history is being written at this very moment. And your hand can put your big idea, your solution, or your business on its pages. This is the moment to make a move. Work with us. Buy Ukrainian products. Use our services. Defense, agriculture, food, IT and telecom, logistics, natural resources, energy, pharma and manufacturing. Ukraine presents limitless investment opportunities. Over 1,500 investment projects with a $450 billion investment potential and over 2,000 startups with an $11 billion investment potential are ready to be launched. Every day, we are closer to our victory. Support freedom and dignity. Work with Ukraine. Invest in Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine.
So, greetings guests, future panelists, moderators. If there are some students from London Business School, please leave the room immediately. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kirill Krivalap. I am head of Center for Economic Recovery and volunteering advisor to the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. I want to say that the idea of this forum, of this day, appeared at several places during the preparation of the Ukraine Recovery Conference. In the Secretariat of Cabinet of Ministers, in the organizing team, in European Business Association, and the idea was that this conference should be about private sector, but it should not be limited with just a 4 hours business fair during the main event. So the idea of this forum is to let the business talk, let business meet, let business reflect on announcements which were made during the main conference, and then formulate a joint vision and spread it through your networks and spread it through media. So this event is organized by 4 organizations on the platform of the Center for Economic Recovery from Ukraine. the European Business Association, London Business School, specifically the Wheeler Institute for Business and Development within the London Business School, and the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have 5 supporting organizations which actually allowed this event to happen. And it is a Center for International Private Enterprise, SIPE, from USA, Diligent Capital Partners from Ukraine, Civita, SEO Club Ukraine, and the EFE Group. And we have 2 supporting organizations. We have 2 partners. It's the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the American Chamber of Commerce. So today we have fully packed program, more than 30 speakers, great content, some unique presentations. And we'll start with opening remarks. And I'm inviting Anna Derevyanko, Executive Director of European Business Association, for the opening speech.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good morning to everyone. And I think Kirill has made a very good job in terms of presenting already the organizers, partners, sponsors, and everybody who made this event possible. Thank you so much, dear ladies and gentlemen, that you found time to come here and to talk about private business. Myself, I'm European Business Association Executive Director and also represent a young last year created extraterritorial business development arm of the EBA, Global Business for Ukraine. And why we actually has made this event together with our partners? Because we thought that it's really necessary to pay emphasis, extra efforts to private sector. We need to understand what needs to be done, because during Ukraine Recovery Conference, lots of things, lots of commitments, lots of declarations, lots of memorandums of understanding have been signed. Lots of things have been mentioned, but nevertheless, it seems to me there was not enough focus on the private sector. But I think that during today, we would be really in need to understand how the private sector should move forward, how to make the recovery of Ukraine successful, how to make that the private sector really finds its proper place on Ukrainian business environment. So that's why I hope that during today's several sessions, we will have the marathon of different viewpoints from different people. We would like to understand how the private sector and private money could come to Ukraine, under which conditions. Because obviously institutional investors back nowadays the country, they actually create the macroeconomic stability. But nevertheless, there is still no line of private investors queuing for coming to Ukraine. So that's why we need to understand what needs to be done in Ukraine. First of all, what needs to be done as a homework in Ukraine to attract those investors, and what kind of messages we as the business community should also send to the outside world in order to make our successful recovery in place. Because political risks insurance, this is something which was mentioned. It was a little bit disappointing that it was not enough as a concentrated and consolidated measure to be launched. But at the same time, we see actually more and more bilateral political investments, political insurance mechanisms being launched. But nevertheless, obviously, we have to go further. So thank you so much again for this, and I hope that we will find answers for at least so far missing questions. So thank you so much, and look forward to further continuation of the event.
Thank you, Anna. Now I'm inviting Tiago Martinho, Executive Director of the Wheeler Institute for Business and Development from London Business School, which provided such a great place for us. I'll tell you a bit later what you can find here for our participants. Thank you very much for what you did and helped with content. Tiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great to be here. Welcome everyone to our house, to London Business School and the Sami Offer Center. A while ago, I bought some cards to take notes, and I normally don't write my notes, but I thought this color with the color of London Business School would go together really well for today. So I have some of my special notes here. At the Wheeler Institute, our mission is to improve lives through business. And how do we do that? We conduct rigorous research. We bring business insights together and we forge communities of academics and industry with a special focus on developing countries. Our name, Wheeler Institute, comes from our esteemed donors, Tony and Maureen Wheeler. You may have heard of them. They founded an organization called Lonely Planet Guidebooks. So Tony Wheeler was actually an LBS alum. He did a course here in 1982. And both Tony and Maureen, they have a deep interest. They share a deep interest for how business can have a transformative role in improving vulnerable communities and environments across the world. Today we welcome you all, business leaders from Ukraine, from UK, internationally. Welcome to our house. Special thanks for those who traveled from far. At LBS, we are committed to the role of business to have a profound impact on the way that the world does business and the way business impacts the world. This event serves perfectly the institutional mission of the school and our belief in the transformative role of business and business education. I also extend my sincere gratitude to our organizers, to our peer organizers, to our panelists, moderators. Thank you, Arup Banerjee, our first speaker from the World Bank, to be here. Thank you to our LBS community of academics and students. I hope we have students in the room, and I hope more students may come. Thank you to our academic students, alums, staff, friends, some present here today, and as panelists and attendees. Your presence here represents the global significance of this event, and your and our commitment to drive positive change in Ukraine. So thank you all very much again, and we look forward to the day ahead. Thank you.
So this forum became actually a platform for several organizations, several business organizations from Ukraine. And you saw EBA, and now I'm inviting representative and head of SEO Club Ukraine, Sergei Gaidachuk, for opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. I am great to be here, and I want to say that Ukraine has the most valuable asset, and it's human capital. Thanks for our soldier, but also thanks to our private sector and civil society, Ukraine demonstrates such a brave, resilient today. And I am 100% sure that Ukraine will become the most interesting, attractive, and biggest economic game in Europe in the next 10-20 years. And I am absolutely sure that every dollar invested in our country will bring you 3-5 times more in the next 10 years. And when is the right time to start? I think the right time to start is today, right now. I understand that for those who never worked in Ukraine, it is difficult to enter to the market or to start deal with Ukraine today. But this is a good time to start to develop our relationships, establish contacts, study in Ukraine, and making preparations in all senses. That is why I invite all of you to start our cooperation today. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and positive day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. So, recovery of Ukraine is probably a joint effort of international partners and Ukrainian partners, and even in this forum you see it in miniature, because with the support of Ukrainian business organizations, Ukrainian business, and as well with support of international partners. And I'm inviting Natalia Otel-Bilan, Regional Director for Europe and Eurasia Center for International Private Enterprise, for opening remarks, international opening remarks, I believe.
Thank you so much, Kirilo. Again, I'm very pleased to represent the Center for International Private Enterprise, as we call it, CIPE in short. We are a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. We are also a global organization that works in over 100 countries around the world. And we're very pleased to welcome you here today to this Ukraine Recovery Business Day. CIPE is very pleased to be a supporter, an international supporter of this business day, and I would like to thank the organizers and the partners for making this conference a reality. As I mentioned, CIPE, we are a global organization, and our role is to support the development of private sector all around the world. We work in over 100 countries, and our particular mandate is to support the role of small and medium enterprises in engaging in improving the business climate, the quality of the business climate around in the countries where they are via constructive, reform-oriented dialogue. As an affiliate of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, CIPE believes that if the business climate is good for domestic business, then that business climate is good for international investors. So having the mandate of primarily engaging with the small and medium enterprises, we essentially help the SMEs get involved in the decision-making process and become stakeholders in their reform process. In Ukraine, CIPE has been active for more than 20 years, and to this day, we've supported more than 200 business associations all around the country. And these associations primarily represent the interest of SMEs, and collectively, they represent about 50,000 SMEs. And they bring together a range of businesses, a range of sectors, a range of geography, from associations from Odessa to Chernihiv to Lviv to Kharkiv and beyond. And during the wartime, these associations had to pivot from providing business development services to actually addressing the wartime needs of their communities and towns where they operate. And as we've seen during the full-scale war in Ukraine, the strength of Ukraine are its every citizen, every town, and every business. And from the first day of the war, the SMEs pulled together using their own resources, transforming, changing their supply chains, using their logistics and communications ability to deliver humanitarian aid. And in essence, SME have become first responders in helping their communities with the most vital needs. So a key messages that I want to use in my welcoming is what we're hearing from our Ukrainian SME partners. They're saying that for Ukraine's recovery to be successful, the voice of Ukrainian business must be included in the decision-making process about Ukraine's recovery. And the voice of SME is critical in that. Decisions about Ukraine, about reconstruction of Ukraine, should include the voice of Ukrainian business, and I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. We are really honored to have a regional director for, too many notes. Regional country director for Eastern Europe from the World Bank, Arup Banerjee. And Mr. Banerjee suggested to present a unique content. As far as I understand, this will be presented for the first time throughout URC Week, and it's a big honor for us. I'm inviting you for this presentation, and we are coming to the content part of our event. We're starting it.
Thank you, Carol. It's a real pleasure to be here, to see many old friends and some new. So I'm the director for the World Bank for Ukraine. In a way, as I was talking earlier, what's the World Bank doing in a private sector event? Because we work on the public sector, right? So that is actually one of the interesting questions. But what the World Bank also does, there are two things that may be relevant for the very important conversations that you'll have today and have been having for the past weeks and months. First, we of course do analytics and really present research findings that may be relevant to you. And I hope that some of the very early previews of the research that we are doing would be helpful for the conversation as we go forward. And secondly, of course, the World Bank works very closely with the Ukrainian authorities in this case for the policy reforms that are needed for including welcoming private sector investment going in. So let me begin by really talking a bit about what this survey is. So the survey that preliminary results from which, as Kirill mentioned, we'll present for the first time to any audience, is from a very, very large survey. We think that this is the largest survey ever done of the private sector firms in Ukraine since the beginning of the war. And this has three sources. First, a focus on around 2,500 firms, businesses in Ukraine of all sizes. And this is a representative sample, right? It's a random sample, so the results are meant to be representative. At this point, most of the results are representative at the Ukraine level and some regional levels, north, south, east, west, across some industries. But eventually, we have enough data that we can dive in and have much more representative samples in various areas. And so this is broken up into three groups of firms. SMEs, really the up to 19 employees, mid-sized firms up to 100 employees, 99 employees, and larger, which has 100 employees and above. Now, this is the main survey, and most of the results I'll show you are from this big survey, but there are two interesting complementary surveys or piece of data that we're also using. First, again, with the strong cooperation of EBC and the American Chamber of Commerce, a survey of 80 multinationals. To be frank, we sent out questionnaires to a larger set, 80 plus replied. So this is not a representative sample, but gives you a sense of the EBC and American Business Chamber members and their views about what they're happening in Ukraine. And finally, very interestingly, high-frequency satellite data that actually show how business is evolving in terms of economic activity across Ukraine. So I always try to give you the main messages first. So you can, after the slide, you can leave. There are six sort of broad conclusions that we can draw. First, it is actually diverse. There's a narrative going on about the impact of the war that says every business is going through the same experience. Clearly not. There is a very diverse impact on sales, on employment, and of course, it's varied across industries and locations. And again, to the Ukrainians among you, this may all seem intuitive, but this is the first time that we're seeing the data based out. Second, again, the disruptions have various reasons. And of course, all of them are related to the war and its consequences, but there are different firms affected in different ways. Firms, the third point, are clearly in financial distress in Ukraine. And this is the one thing that is uniform. Now, again, among them, some have been able to recover better, deal with the impacts better, but there is a real challenge for almost every firm in Ukraine. And it's related, as those of you who actually work in the business world know, it's related to uncertainty. And uncertainty is the biggest damper to any economic activity, because you literally don't know what tomorrow, the week after, the month after will bring for you. Everything changes. And that makes operating businesses within Ukraine really difficult, regardless, again, of which region, which sector, what size you are. But, and this is the point that was made in that brilliant movie at the beginning, and this is actually now, you'll see, borne out by data. Firms have been resilient. Most firms in Ukraine have adapted to the conditions of the war. They have changed, adapted, improved, moved, And that is the story that I really want to highlight, which is why it's towards the end. And then government support to the business sector in Ukraine actually has made a difference, but its targeting can be improved. And the way, and Kirill, this is, I think, one of the messages to you and colleagues, the way to publicize what is available needs to be improved so that more firms know about this. So I'll quickly go through, in the interest of time, the sort of superficial results, but this is it, right? So I'll give you some numbers now. All right, so the first message, negative impact on firms was not uniform. By the way, all of these have controls so that when you say, I know why this is, when we're talking about size, it's controlled for region and industry. When we're talking of industry, it's controlled for size and location and so on, right? So these are actually uniform results. So overall, there have been large negative impact. Half of sales have been lost on average across the country, but employment hasn't decreased as much. So there's some productivity implications of this. Only about a quarter drop in employment. Half of the firms had half of their sales go down. But very important, and this is a continuous narrative through the results of the survey, that the firms that have been most hurt have been the largest firms, the over 100 employees, right? Medium and small firms have, and we can hypothesize as to why, but they have been more resilient and more able to adjust as they go forward. And as you can see, as an example, the asset losses. So asset losses, 4 out of 10, 2 out of 5 large firms have lost assets. And again, remember, this is not my first reaction, of course, because large firms were in the East, but this is controlling for the location effects. So overall, large firms have lost more assets. Only 15% of the smallest firms, the up to 10 employees, have lost assets. Again, that part is intuitive. And of course, the obvious part is that the East and the South have experienced the largest drop in sales, and not so much the West, even though in comparison, 39% to 40% drop in sales in the West is low by comparison. Of course, you can imagine how big that is for any firm, large or small. Now, this is using the satellite data, and this is, I think, quite fascinating in terms of how different industries, and we'll do more work on this in the weeks ahead, how different industries have actually changed. So in those graphs, that red line is February 24th of last year, right? So that is the change. So when you look at manufactured steel, so just look to the right of that red line. So even though there was a secular drop in manufactured steel products in Ukraine, overall, that drop accelerated after the war. Again, there the location matters because a lot of this was in areas that were close to the front. But then it actually recovered, and that's the part that I want to concentrate. So you can see that essentially that over the last month, basically after winter, steel has recovered in Ukraine, and the manufacture of steel has recovered. By the way, the purple and the green shows the purple is losses and the greens are gains, and so on. That's in the maps that you can see. Again, wooden furniture was very different. This is a positive story. And it is because of location, right? You can see that most of this is in the West where the greens are. But also, this is actually substituting for Russian and Belarusian wooden furniture imports. So Ukrainian firms actually took over that market as Russian and Belarusian firms retreated from the market because of sanctions. So this is, again, a very positive story for wooden furniture. And cement is a sort of mixed story depending on where the regional effects. And you see very different outcomes in Mykolaiv versus when you look in other parts in Klemensky. And there you see they're both purples and greens. Different areas have different results in terms of where the cement plant was, what the specific impact of the war was, and of course, some of us can talk about which firms they were and so on that were particularly hit, because these are often large firms. So, and there are, of course, in the data, many more, but these were some interesting highlights that I wanted to share with you. Now, operational disruptions, of course, also were quite varied in their causes. And interestingly, the big effects were from input losses, the lack of access to inputs. This is partly because of logistics, or maybe mostly because of logistics, and the fact that inputs, also the inputs from within Ukraine, a lot of those supply chains were broken from the areas where they needed it, especially raw materials. But also, of course, if you look at the third point, the winter saw these massive power outages due to the continuous Russian shelling of the transformers in Ukraine. And that caused also internet disruptions. And therefore, there was this blip. Now, as you also saw from the movie, power right now, through amazing work by Ukraine, has mostly been restored, and there's regular power supply across the country, including sometimes through generators and other forms. Exporters were hurt. Of course, this includes what you all know from the papers, which is the agricultural exports, the grain exports, but also different types of exports were also hurt because of the loss and the reduction of the Black Sea access, which is really where most of Ukraine exports went through. There are exports going on through the land routes, of course, overland to Poland and Romania, using the ports, the Danube ports and the Polish ports, but the volumes there are, of course, much, much smaller. Importing firms also were hurt, and especially the large importers, going back to that large firms being hurt more, the large importers saw most of their business really almost wiped away. And imports hurt construction, and imports hurt manufacturing, because these are the two sectors where inputs were hard to get, and they were really, really important and affected by the war. Third, this is the obvious firm, but it is quite serious, that there were question asked was, are you currently in arrears, or do you expect to be in arrears over the next months? Right? So that was the survey question. And here, really 69%, more than 2/3 of large firms expect to be in arrears over the next 6 months, right? And I can imagine this is also intuitive, that the worst affected sector is hospitality, right? Because the whole tourism business in Ukraine, it has been really deeply affected. And for those of you who live in Ukraine or are visiting Ukraine, you can see that compared to before the war. And of course, the high interest rates, the need for collateral, which is difficult to provide, and the access to finance more broadly being affected by uncertainty are the reasons. Fourth out of 6, the uncertainty, and these are correlations, not causations, but if you just look at the simple correlations between uncertainty and what's happening with employment, if you look at uncertainty versus whether or not you expect arrears, they're clear correlations. Uncertainty is a major determinant of going forward, whether you invest, whether you can get finances, whether you actually are hiring people or letting people go. So in terms of policies, which we are not quite there yet, but I'm sure there will be discussions during the course of the day, how to reduce this uncertainty or at least compensate for them is going to be a major, major challenge for businesses, whether it's foreign businesses to invest in Ukraine or local businesses in Ukraine. And then comes the story that is the most heartening. Firms have been resilient. They've reduced capacity, but almost all firms are operating in Ukraine, which is an amazing, amazing story. Can you imagine, in the wake of this devastating war, you only have 3% of firms that have permanently closed. 3%. And this is a representative sample. This is the headline. 97% of firms have said that they have not permanently closed, and of the 97, you essentially have 80%, 4 out of 5 firms that are open or partially open today, operating, having employment, having business, making sure that they work. And then how did they do it? They adapted. They made changes. ICT use has skyrocketed, right? So if you have logistical problems, what do? You go digital. And the digital story in Ukraine, of course, is a fantastic story to tell. And then you have new clients. So if you've lost your old clients, you move to new clients. If you actually don't have demand for your current products and services, you move to other products and services, and so on and so forth. So this is the story of resilience. And this is actually, again, of course, most true for the smaller and medium-sized firms, but also true for a few large firms as well. And you can look at and see that from the numbers. Even the large firms have not permanently closed necessarily. For those of you who actually, the American and European Chambers of Commerce, what do your clients who responded to the survey say? They say that they have not taken their investments out of Ukraine. They have not reduced their investments. They are actually expanding some of them, the investments, sometimes, of course, for repairs, which is the biggest part of the right-hand slide. They incurred expenses to repair or renovate, but also they purchased, which is the second highest bar on the right, they also purchased new assets, and they are actually putting in fixed assets, despite the conditions today. Now, last, I want to talk about the fact that there is actually something that can be improved on the public sector side. There are numerous programs that the Ukrainian authorities have put together to help these businesses, including and especially access to reduced interest rates for finance. And there, this really varies across the different types of firms. Of course, I had started off by saying larger firms are most affected, and yes, larger firms are getting the most support in this. However, the challenge is that smaller firms and medium-sized firms actually don't know much about the programs, how to access them, they don't have the contacts. And so there is an important policy recommendation here that the help actually is useful, it works, but more needs to be done in terms of knowledge of how to access it and where. And of course, for obvious reasons, the support is the lowest in the east of the country. So I really want to, again, underline that these are preliminary survey results. In a couple of months, we will have the full analysis done, representative samples, you'll see all of this. But I wanted to share with you this amazing story, because overall the story that we see of Ukraine today and what the private sector, what firms are doing in Ukraine is, on the one hand, a tragic story of huge potential that has been really stymied and lost. But at the same time, and perhaps this is the story that we need to work deepest on, that firms are fighting for their economic future. Firms are fighting for a future that they want to imagine, where they want to grow, when they want to stay and not leave Ukraine. And foreign firms have the same amount of optimism about the future in Ukraine, which is why they haven't left. So the question now becomes how to move from there so that this resilience now transforms and flowers into growth. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, very rich and insightful, and I'm already thinking what to do with the last slide, and not only me. Today we have 4 panels. 3 of them are content related. We have a panel for private capital, private money. Let's talk about money. Second panel will be about manufacturing and substituting Russian goods worldwide and rethinking value chains. Third would be about green transition, and the fourth one will be conclusive for actually summary for the whole Eurosur week in general. And for the first panel, I'm happy to invite Mr. Cyrus Ardalan, co-founder of the Humanitarian Finance Forum, chairman of Oak North Bank, and chairman and board member in multiple other respectful organizations. Cyrus will present other moderators, I believe. You may sit. Yeah, you will stand here, right? And we have 6 chairs. Yeah, let's do like this.
Should we get the panels? I think we should. Sorry.
It's on.
Is it on? Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. We might want to get the panelists down to join me already. That'd be great. Good morning and welcome to our panel on private capital in the recovery and reconstruction modernization of Ukraine. I think as Arup has presented in his really excellent presentation, I think one of the enormous strengths of Ukraine has been its resilience and agility. But at the same time, I think what also comes clearly through is that the degree of dislocation within Ukraine, as all of you know, has been enormous. And one of the great consequences of this is that the amount of financing that's going to be required to try and address what has happened in Ukraine is going to be on an enormous scale and a great deal of complexity. In fact, if one looks at it, it probably is one of the most ambitious and costliest that we will have seen in recent times. Just to give you a bit of context, the numbers that are currently being talked about are $400 billion. That would be 3 times the current dollar value of the Marshall Plan that was used to rebuild Europe in 1945. So it's an enormous money. But at the same time, if you look at it against the background of the fact that we have over $100 trillion worth of financial assets globally, it represents less than 0.5%. So money is currently there. The opportunities are clearly there to try and utilize that, and it's a question of trying to bring the two together. To succeed, I think one of the key elements, and we will be covering that during the course of this panel, is to approach the broadest possible range of financing options: public sector, multilateral, and private. No one sector is going to be adequate to try and provide the financing. It will require local financing, currency financing, it will require foreign currency financing, short-term financing, and long-term financing. It will require a broad range of instruments: debt instruments, equity instruments, hybrid instruments. So it's going to be a very complex package of financial instruments that need to be mobilized over time, brought together to try and provide the right type of solutions over a period of years to meet the requirements that Ukraine has. I'm therefore delighted that on the panel today we have a group of very distinguished subject matter experts that cover these multiple aspects of any financing package that we would need to bring to bear, looking at it from the public sector as well as the private sector, all of which are going to be very, very key in this. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. One is Arup, who you obviously have now heard him speak, who's the Regional Country Director of Eastern Europe at the World Bank. Olena Voloshyna, who's head of the IFC office in the Ukraine, again, public sector. Dan Pascoe, who's a co-managing partner at Diligent Capital Partners, focused on private equity. Lysia Kuzmenko, who is a director and deputy head of Ukraine at the EBRD, again, key European multilateral or European institution, public institution. Dimitri Borode, who's a partner at Horizon Capital, focused again on private equity and equity markets. And John Patton at Argentine Creek Partners, who's focused on the credit markets and not the equity markets, which provides a perspective on that. So with that, let me maybe start with Arup, if I may. I think, Arup, your presentation was, I think, incredibly enlightening because it demonstrated that in many ways the infrastructure, the private sector infrastructure is pretty much intact, although under obviously great strain and in need of great support. What are the sort of policy measures, institutional policy measures, governance policy measures that you think are going to be required, looking at it from the World Bank perspective, in order to create an environment where capital, be it private or public or multilateral, can be attracted into Ukraine?
Thanks so much, Cyrus. Look, eventually, if you look at the results of the survey, but of course I'll go beyond that, there are a couple of things that pop out. It is clearly uncertainty, and uncertainty is one of the biggest challenges, which is why there has been this really strong move to try and do something about what is loosely called war insurance, right? I always qualify this because war is not insurable. So there is no such thing as war insurance, but it is some sort of insurance, some sort of first loss facility to be used during the wartime. And that is as much a psychological instrument as actually a financial instrument, because in a way you want to tell investors, don't worry, the probabilities are actually, depending on where you are, rather low that your assets will actually be destroyed. So please come in, and here's some facility to reduce your uncertainty, right? Now, there's also uncertainty that can be reduced through information. So information, one of the things that I didn't present, but firms ask for, is market information, right? As they're looking at very different markets, as they're trying to change and pivot towards new markets, new products, what is it that, how can the public sector help in terms of getting them that information, especially for small and medium firms who may not have the capacity to seek out European and other markets. Second, though, is, and I'll mention three buckets. Second is, of course, for Ukraine right now, financing and access to finance is a challenge. Credit is a challenge because domestic interest rates are, depending on who you are, north of 25%, closer to 30+%. These are not viable rates for the business that Ukrainian firms are in. And therefore, some sort of credit subsidy, which of course the government is trying to do, but the government finances are really, really stretched. So innovative ideas that do not just say, can the budget fully subsidize these loans, will be needed. And that's, I think, one of the things where the great minds in this room have to perhaps ponder about what are ways, without a full 100% public subsidy, there can be affordable financing. Last, though, Ukraine remains challenging in terms of a longer-term agenda, which is something that the Ukrainian authorities are working at, but it's an incomplete journey, and that is, can investors be assured of their property rights? And this is about the judicial system, most importantly, that the judicial system has to be rock solid in terms of making sure that arbitration and protection of property rights is actually carried on when you take an issue to the courts, and the rule of law more generally. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Elena, maybe I can turn to you. IFC is clearly the, I guess, private sector arm in a way of the World Bank. It invests very much like the private sector and provides that link to the private sector. And it's acted as a catalyst in trying to promote the flow of private capital into developing countries. Look, what are the roles that you see that IFC can be playing in trying to mobilize private sector capital into Ukraine, either directly by itself, but also just leveraging off maybe through blend finance or through co-financing of one sort or another, etc.
Thank you very much. All good questions. Indeed, we are the private sector arm of the World Bank. And we're actually very pleased that in London, unlike Lugana, a lot of the conversations are about the private sector role in rebuilding Ukraine. Thank you very much, Arup, for a very good analytical piece of work, because it is now scientifically proven what we've been hearing from our clients. The private sector does survive. The private sector proves to be resilient. The private sector pays taxes, salaries. They even pay salaries for those who are in the army. The private sector is also actually partnering with the communities and providing social services. So it's a real, true corporate social responsibility. But it doesn't mean that the private sector doesn't need help. They do. And in fact, IFC is one of those institutions that helped the Ukrainian private sector stay through those difficult times. We are probably the only institution that has put on our own balance sheet at risk close to $200 million during the wartime. We supported agribusiness, we supported purchase of critical goods, we supported trade both ways, which was what was needed, and we also repurposed some of the donor funding that was originally earmarked for energy efficiency, for housing for IDPs. Going forward, you asked me what would IFC be able to do. We have a pipeline of projects for $2 billion that we are now currently processing. During the first phase, this is mostly going to be shorter-term funding as well as supporting existing clients. But we are already thinking of how we can provide more longer-term financing. You may have heard that IFC was commissioned by the government of Ukraine to be its lead advisor on PPPs. Together with EBRD, we structured the first two port concessions before the invasion. We are now proceeding with structuring concession for Chernomorsk, and then we will be looking at ways how to do PPPs in other sectors as well. We're also in parallel working on streamlining the PPP legislation to make sure that it takes less than 18 months. That's what it normally takes to structure a proper PPP. We're seeing how to streamline and to fasten those procedures. You asked me about blended finance. For sure, the financing today does require certain de-risking. It does require blended finance, and it does require partnerships. IFC has very good experience in blended finance. For every dollar that we mobilize for our own financing, we expect that the impact is going to be $4 for every dollar. We've also concluded our own analytical piece, and our managing director shared with the audience a couple of numbers. A really interesting number that out of the 400 billion that is required that RDNA has identified, 140 can be covered by the private sector. Moreover, additional $295 billion could be attracted by the private sector if Ukraine was to rebuild better, greener, and more efficiently. I'm going to stop at this.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Elena. Let's see, on the EBRD. Obviously, EBRD was and continues to be a key element in the reconstruction of Europe post the fall of the Iron Curtain. It played a key role at that time and continues to play a very important role throughout Europe today. What is the sort of direction that you see EBRD taking in this overall mix of financing that needs to be done? We've heard from IFC, which obviously has a private sector orientation. We've got the World Bank, which has a pure public sector orientation, and EBRD is much more of a private sector oriented type of an entity. How do you see EBRD fitting into the picture, and what do you see the key prerequisites for the success of a refinancing initiative?
Thank you very much for invitation to participate in such forum. I would like to start probably from the statement that indeed EBRD is very important for Ukraine. It's a well-known fact. Over the years, we financed the project for more than 18 billion euro. But also I would like to acknowledge that Ukraine is important for EBRD as well. It is one of the largest country of operations among 38 countries we are working in. And Ukraine was always in the top 3 country of our operations. And obviously, when full-scale war started, we are very proud that our reaction was very quick. Actually, after 2 weeks after start of the war, our shareholder already made a decision that we need to support Ukraine. We need to be there. We need to be active. And we identified 5 areas of our support, along with vital infrastructure and energy infrastructure, energy security, which is very important, obviously, for survival of the country. We also identified such areas as food security, trade, finance, and overall resilience of private sector. So this is actually focus of our private sector investments. And we were very active last year as well. Overall, we financed the project for 1.7 billion last year. And this number includes $500 million trade finance lines. It includes 280 million to value chain, agricultural value chain companies. And it also includes 170 million for other businesses as well. So quite a lot. Probably not everybody heard about that because, frankly speaking, private companies, they do not want to publicize too much about our, it's a bit dangerous even during wartime to make such statements. But we continue working. And as an example, last week we signed a 30 million agreement with Astarta. It's not just working capital, it's CapEx loan to support energy efficiency improvements, modernization of production, etc. And yesterday during URC, we also signed a loan with IMC, it's leading agricultural group in the country. Probably you've heard presentation of Alex Lisitsa yesterday, and he announced the signing as well. So we are active. Last year, indeed, we made a lot of focus on working capital support and liquidity support. This is what was needed in the market. Now we are working more and more on investment projects. So far, obviously, it is not greenfield or some large-scale production because of uncertainty of situation. So private business is not risking yet to do such projects now. But they start thinking about modernization. This is what we can support already now. And how we do it, we use 3 key instruments for that. First one is direct lending. It's more targeted for large clients, loan size of more than $10 million. The second instrument is risk sharing with commercial banks, where we and our partner bank assess individually each particular client. And then partner bank provides financing, and we provide guarantee to this commercial bank of up to 60% of the project. And the third instrument, it's more targeted to SME type of clients. It's portfolio risk sharing, where our partner banks, they build up their portfolios by their own. We are not involved in this process, but we provide a guarantee of 50% of the total amount of this portfolio. So it allows the banks to do more business in Ukraine, definitely. And in terms of future, going forward, during our last annual meeting, our shareholders endorsed EBRD management to look at capital increase issue. So EBRD management started working on this. And this capital increase will be used specifically to finance Ukraine at the reconstruction stage. Amount is to be seen yet, but I think decision will be taken by end of this year. And also during URC, we signed a memorandum of understanding with 17 DFIs, development financial institutions of Europe, and not only Europe. It was Canada, America, and Japan. And we agreed to work together. And EBRD will play a lead role. We will originate the project, we will do due diligence, we will do documentation, and we invite other DFI to participate in large-scale projects together with us. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, EBRD has a critical role, and you're playing that critical role in the whole refinancing exercise. Thank you. Let's move on to the private sector. The role of the official sector, the multilaterals, the World Bank, IFC, EBRD are absolutely critical. But at the same time, if one looks at the pool of financial resources globally, it's really the private sector that dominates. I think I mentioned global assets under management are over $100 trillion, and that dwarfs anything that is out there in the public sector. So the private sector has potentially a very important role to play. And I was wondering, Dan, if you could just comment on what you see the opportunities, looking at it from your perspective, having your focus on equity. Equity historically is portfolio equity. Is it startup equity? Is there really a scope to make a material impact, or is it going to be much more providing financing for more specialized type of areas, which may, all the same, be extremely important to the future of Ukraine, but be more less volume and more in terms of just specialization?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. And thank you everyone for showing up. I'm actually amazed that we have a full audience and there is such a big interest to Ukraine, so thank you very much. I do think that there is an opportunity to create a material impact, and that material impact, in my view, can be created by creating an ecosystem of private equity, venture capital, and debt funds in Ukraine. And moreover, if we look at all other economies, this ecosystem is the ecosystem which drives the economy forward. It supports all the private companies along all the steps of their development. And this opportunity, in my view, shouldn't be just about words. I actually have right here concrete steps which needs to be taken for this opportunity to be realized. And I want this panel not to be just talking, and I want you not to be just listening. I actually suggest to all the panel participants to sign off on those steps and suggest those steps both to international organizations, governments, and everyone else who is working on Ukraine. So I will go over those steps in a few minutes, but before I do that, I will introduce Diligent Capital so you can put whatever I say into perspective of what we did and what we do. Diligent had invested $50 million into Ukrainian assets over the course of 2019-2022. We've done it over the course of 6 transactions into 3 companies. So first transaction, we invested $16 million into Allseeds. Allseeds is the largest infrastructure operator in the Yuzhny port for transshipment and processing of vegetable oils. We transshipped over 1 million tons of vegetable oils through our terminals, and we processed 650,000 tons of sunflower seeds in our factory. Our second transaction was $15 million into Yednist, ex-Единство, we now renamed it. It's the largest compound feed producer in Ukraine, operating 6 factories all across Ukraine, producing 500,000 tons of compound feed, effectively allowing all the meat producers to produce their stock, export, and for domestic market. And the third company is Preply, which is the largest global marketplace in online tutoring. And we actually did 4 transactions into Preply. We invested $500,000 into seed round through 1 vehicle. We invested $1 million into round A through a second vehicle. In round B, we exited from our seed vehicle and our round A vehicle, giving 3x and 9x to our investors, and we reinvested $6 million in the round B. And in round C, which we signed the term sheet to lead on the New Year's Eve 21 to 22, we started due diligence in January, and in February the war started. Despite the war, we were able to complete due diligence, and despite the panic of our LPs, we closed the round. We invested $8.5 million in a $40 million round, which allowed the company to succeed and continue its leadership position in the world. So that's a little bit of an introduction. I consider ourselves to be a private equity startup because, managing one fund of $50 million is about a critical mass which is needed to survive. Compared to all the other partners here, we are tiny. But I represent here the potential for the ecosystem. And now I will give concrete steps in terms of what's needed for ecosystem to be created. How does the ecosystem of private equity venture capital look in Ukraine right now? We have 1.5 funds. Horizon Capital is one fund, and then everyone else, including Diligent, I would say half a fund. Because in my view, a private equity fund really becomes a fund when it raises its second, third fund. Until then, we're private equity or venture capital startups. So right now, the ecosystem is 1.5 funds. The country like Ukraine, usually, in terms of its size, geography, size of the economy, it can sustain, I would say, up to 5 private equity funds, up to 5 venture funds, and up to 5 debt funds, like Mr. Patton here is representing. So what is needed to do that? First, as of right now, our key anchor investors like EBRD, like IFC, like FMO, in our case, DEG, IFU, and the rest, right now, the clear signal is that they don't invest in VCP funds in Ukraine, despite them giving capital to Horizon. Everyone else right now is waiting in the line, waiting for them to get the green light. So my first suggestion is for the DFIs to, well, start finally funding funds and allow their fund teams to be considering funds in Ukraine. If they would do that, that would be the step number one. I would say that another 2 or 3 funds would appear. Us, we have colleagues here, Natalka is representing venture fund, we have Mr. Liski representing his fund. So I think if they just lift this restriction right now, then we would have another 2 or 3 funds, but that will not be enough. My suggestion number 2, all of those DFIs have their own restrictions, which they use all across the world. And those restrictions were, well, if you combine that you need 3 at least investors to be investing, those restrictions were prohibitive. So for example, some of them say, we don't invest in single country funds. We just want several countries, right? So if I'm a Ukraine fund, I fall out of this investor. Some of them say, we don't invest in European Union. We only invest in emerging economies. So if I put the first and second together, then, you know, where should I invest beyond Ukraine? You know, maybe Georgia, maybe Moldova, but still. Some of them say, we don't invest in funds which invest into hard assets, you know, only technology funds. Most of them say, we don't invest in first-time funds. You know, if they don't invest in first-time funds, how do we create an ecosystem? So my second suggestion to all the DFIs is to lift those standard restrictions for Ukraine right now. If they do that, we will get to 5 to 10 funds which would appear in the next couple of years. In my view, that still will not be enough, because the challenge, as everyone here said, is, you know, hundreds of billions. What is needed to get us to 20, 25 funds? And this is unusual, and this is not standard, but I think this is what needs to be done. There should be a vehicle, let's call it fund of funds, which should be created, and we should be co-investing along with other DFIs almost automatically if one of them approved an investment in a fund. So for example, I'm a startup fund. I got through due diligence with EBRD. EBRD and IFC and all the DFIs are the best in the world in terms of doing due diligence on private equity funds. If they did a due diligence, what else is there to check? So if there is a commitment from EBRD, this fund should match this commitment on same terms, which would really help the funds get to the first close. If that vehicle is created, I have no doubt then within a couple of years, we will have an ecosystem of 10 to 20 funds investing into Ukrainian economy. So these are my concrete suggestions. I would actually lay them down on paper, and I suggest everyone here to sign off on those suggestions to Ukrainian government, to national government, and to international institutions in order to create ecosystem of funds in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dimitra. An excellent set of suggestions, very concrete, and very obviously you feel very passionately about it. So thank you very much. It's very, very useful indeed. Thank you. Well, that actually provides a good opportunity to go to Dimitro and hear your thoughts, because you're very much in the same sort of space. So, A, do you agree with those points? Are there areas that you'd like to build on beyond that? How do you see the constraints in this area, and is it really going to move the needle?
Thank you for the question. Dan, thank you for such a great promo for Horizon Capital. I will actually build on this and provide a couple of words of context about Horizon Capital. We are the largest and the most established private equity fund in Ukraine. we've been investing in the country for almost 30 years. We have raised 6 funds, and we have raised $1.4 billion in assets under management. We had a big shift in our strategy in 2012 when we have shifted to backing Ukrainian IT tech companies. And this has been a pivotal moment for our fund because it basically allowed us to sustain and deliver extraordinary returns since that time. So our, just to comment on the data which was shared by the World Bank, there were a lot of data points which showed that the Ukrainian economy and Ukrainian businesses were in the red. Well, for our portfolio companies, the median growth rate last year in dollar terms was 30%. And basically this answers many of the questions of why we were able to raise capital. We raised the capital in 2022 and 2023. We did the closing in end of October, raising $254 million for our latest fund. So it's really the performance of our portfolio companies and our track record which allowed us to do that. Well, I fully support that there is a much more space in Ukraine for the PE and VC ecosystem. It is really needed. Obviously, the capital needs for Ukraine's reconstruction are enormous. And although the public sector will play the dominant role in this, obviously, 400 or whatever the number is, it's impossible to be fully funded by the private sector. Of course, the state sector will play the leading role. At the same time, private companies are needed because these are very often the most efficient, the most timely, and the most prudent stewards of capital to making sure it's deployed at the right time, at the right moment. We are thankful to EBRD and IFC and other DFIs who have backed our funds. I do think that there is a dominant role to be played by the DFIs in terms of funding the ecosystem. Unfortunately, it's impossible right now to raise private capital without the backing of the DFIs. Indeed, they need to do the first step. They do play an outsized role, but there is a huge multiplier effect in terms of raising subsequent capital once the DFIs have stepped in. So the way it works in the example of our fund, we do have as the anchor investors, IFC, EBRD, and other DFIs. This allows us to go to other DFIs and advocate that there is a need for Ukrainian mandate within their organizations. It is a huge amount of effort, huge amount of work to convince the risk departments, the credit committees, that there is a case to be made that Ukraine needs investments right now. And private fund managers, with our track record, were able to generate excellent returns, even in this current environment. So this is kind of the step number 2, opening up a broader pool of DFIs to come in. And as the last step, of course, once you have the anchor investors, once you have this backing of the DFIs, it's much easier to have the conversations with the private investors, traditional backers of the private equity funds, and they usually come as the last closing. So I do hope that this path, which our fund would manage to do over the last 12 months, it will be followed by other players in the ecosystem, and we would see many more successful players in Ukraine, because this is what our country needs.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. If I can now turn to John. Clearly, equity markets are critical to the establishment of creating new institutions, essentially, creating growth, etc. But at the same time, in order for companies that are established to continue to grow, debt becomes a very critical element. And it'd be interesting to get your thoughts on how you see the external debt environment, availability, both international debt, non-local currency, but also local currency debt, as a means of supporting what will emerge through increased new companies being established or existing companies trying to grow.
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'm not sure exactly how to answer it in the context we're in, but I'll give it a try. I'm John Patton from Argentum Creek Partners. We We are a credit-led fund, although we're a special situations fund, so we do invest at times in equity. We don't do technology like Dima, so we've worked together with Dan before. So it is a small world in Ukraine. I would say, just to give you a little bit of context about us, over the last 5 years, we've invested more than $500 million in Ukraine. And over that period of time, we returned to our investors, net of fees, around 25%, which I think, and most of it realized, which I think should underscore for all of you in the room who are investing or thinking about investing that just like the companies that have grown 30% during the war, there's a lot of money to be made in Ukraine. It's a place with a resilient economy, as we heard at the beginning. It's a place with tremendous human capital, which we see every single day. And it's a place with a diverse economy with almost every kind of industry or capability in sector which any large economy has. Maybe slightly smaller, but it's nonetheless, in some cases, world leading. So we've certainly found it to be a very fertile place for us to invest. I think we're in a moment now. You know, I've enjoyed the last few days of presentations in the URC and thinking about our experiences about rule of law and about the challenges in Ukraine, which there certainly are. But I think we're in a moment where none of us really know when the war is going to end, and none of us have a sense of. And so therefore, we're talking about reconstruction and how to structure funds and capital in reconstruction. But in my opinion, and I feel even more firmly about this after the last 3 days, actually investing now is a pathway to winning the war, just like sending arms is to the Ukrainian side. And if we don't start normalizing the concept of investing today, whether it's debt or equity, frankly, I think, firstly, I don't think there's a distinction today because most of the risk you're taking is equity risk in the environment. And if we're able to mobilize insurance, and there was a lot of discussions about great insurance products, and I think they're a little bit confusing for me as a private sector guy thinking about how to get to them, but I'm sure we can work that out because there are lots of insurance brokers who can help us figure out which of the DFIs will provide which type of insurance, and I suspect once we've done that, then we may be able to talk about credit versus equity. But I guess for me, the most important message that I think we should be thinking about today is how quickly can we normalize the idea of investing and how quickly can we get started. I think it is about raising funds. I fully agree with your comment about the incrementalism that the world has shown in economic terms, just as they have shown in weapons terms, frankly. And I think this is, if you think about where we were 6 to 9 months ago, maybe none of us were at the table talking about F-16s, but it was a shocking concept when it came across the first time that, I think it might have been Rishi Sunak who said it, but the first time it was said that we might give F-16s to Ukraine. That was everyone had to sort of think about that and consider it. And now we're talking about war insurance, and there was a good discussion, I think lots of good discussions about Russian assets and using them in the future. That's great. I mean, I think that we'll get to that point. But what we, I think, need to be saying is, let's create a pool of capital to invest in existing funds and managers and businesses and insurance that's clear and simple for the private sector to get engaged. People like us, people like others who want to create funds. I mean, I think we're all for having lots of funds and lots of investors who have experience in the market to help companies normalize as well and come into the market. So I guess my main point is, and it's probably not answering your question, unfortunately, but I'm not answering it because I don't think it matters today. What matters today is that we normalized the concept. When we were investing in Ukraine 5 years ago, it was a risky market. Everyone said it's corrupt. I mean, look, we bought a company for a debt of a company for 8 cents on the dollar at one point. We had the former management team firebomb one of their own tractor plants, at that point. But we had great advisors. We had excellent lawyers, some of whom were here. I mean, Mr. Saenko at the top of the room. We had a fantastic team of people who were in Ukraine who helped us get to the bottom of that. In the end, we transacted and sold the company to the Saudi government in one of the largest transactions in the agri sector. And I think that's an example of precedent-setting things that happened in Ukraine. They didn't happen in Germany. They happened in Ukraine. So all the things that we think of we can do in the UK, we can do in Ukraine. The people are there. The human resources are there. I think we need to stop talking about after the war is over. We need to start talking about what can we do now to get engaged and be much less incremental and much more aggressive about doing it.
Great. Thank you. we have a few minutes, and we can take one or two questions from the floor. If there are, please, gentlemen.
It's not only a question. I just want to clarify the first speech about World Bank.
I'm afraid that during the stream they will not hear you.
Hello. It's not just a question. I just wanted to clarify the first speech what was from the World Bank. Why Ukrainian private sector survived first year? I think it's just because there was not competition. That was only cooperation. Even if some companies, they are competitors, but there was no competition. In this sphere, we just survived only just because we are cooperate with each other. It was scared. Everyone was scared. Now it's disappeared and there are some competition. But Dmitry said it was very good idea that investment, the sector that can invest in Ukraine, also looks like not a competitors, looks like cooperation. We need this unique moment of cooperation. There is some competitors, but the market still stays very big for Ukrainian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take one more question. Any other questions from the floor? No? Sorry. Over there on the corner there, sorry.
Hi. Andrei Gorokhov, UMGI. I have a question to the panel. In terms of project finance, we understand that there was and there still is a serious issue how to rebuild Ukraine in terms of greenfield and brownfield projects with absence of project finance. What's your take on that? How we are going to tackle this challenge? Thank you.
Who'd like to handle that? Perhaps? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So basically, our position on project finance has not changed. We had it before the war, and we will continue to have it right now as well. Just we can say that there is not enough projects to consider because not private investors, they are just not ready. That's it. So come with this project to us, and we will talk.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely have projects. I'm really we're ready to present it right now. Just elevator pitch, just give me a floor, anything.
Excellent. I think we're coming to the end of our session. Maybe I can just make a few summary comments. One thing, a number of things have struck me. One is that, yes, the challenge that Ukraine faces is enormous. The amounts are very, very large, etc. But on the other hand, it's a country which is large, diverse, has a fantastic human capital, and a very sophisticated infrastructure. And I think all this bodes extremely well to being able to attract a broad range of different sources of capital into the country. And I think this is a huge, huge plus. And the biggest challenge generally is not actually the availability of money, but the creation of an environment which allows that money to flow in and be invested. So I think that from all that one hears, I think the potential is extremely strong. It seems to me that a number of points have come out which need to be focused on and addressed to make that a reality. One of them is the whole question of governance, rule of law, etc., just infrastructure in the basic sense. And there's nothing specific about Ukraine. It's a situation in any country. And just to make sure that that really is there to be able to support and promote as much as possible the type of things that a private sector particularly needs, because they're quite sophisticated requirements, legal and otherwise, property rights, etc., which are not easy to resolve in many cases. So governance and an ability to make sure that really is proper, and that really then creates the type of ecosystem which is critical, because an ecosystem is basically a broad set of rules and regulations that enable people, different economic actors, to work and cooperate together. Then information, I think, is very, very key to make sure that the information is available to people. A lot of people are not aware of the enormous opportunities. And the type of, the fact that 100% of the small companies in Ukraine are still operating, the fact that the experience that has been had in terms of operating and making profits and etc. in Ukraine itself. Third, I think, is the whole question of catalyst, and that's where I think the multilateral development agencies, the IFC, the World Bank, and obviously EBRD become absolutely critical, because you do need these entities to act as catalysts and to provide a multiplier, facilitate the multiplication of funds, because at the end of the day, resources there are limited. So if for each dollar that one of these multilateral agencies puts in, you can get $3-4 of private sector money, then you're beginning to really make a huge, huge difference. I think I would say, finally, innovation, and that, I think, came out through as well. I mean, we're talking about fund of funds there. We talk about insurance. Insurance, for example, historically, has not been applied in a very, I think, sophisticated way in development. And I think this is a classic case where insurance has a very important role to play, and to really think about more creative and innovative ways of mobilizing the insurance sector, along the banking sector, along the private equity sector, along the NBDs, etc., to try and create an environment which allows you to stack different layers of capital, taking different types of risk together to provide the financing packages together. So I think those are sort of some of the key things that, and I think finally, I would say that, there's, given this, the size, magnitude, complexity, different players, etc., just a coordinating role to sort of provide a roadmap of where things are and where things are going, and that's partly information, but partly is just a question of trying to provide a bit of a roadmap and making sure that people are working together and not against each other. I mean, you need competition, but in a positive and productive way, etc. So I think with that, we'll just bring the session to an end. And again, thank you very much indeed, panelists, for a fantastic session. Thank you.
Let's thank you to our panelists, and now we'll have a 10 minutes break, but just some couple of comments, organizational comments. We have 6 rows here, and we would ask, like, first 3 rows to exit to that door, upper door, and the lower 3 rows to exit these side doors. We have several places where we have coffee, tea, water, etc. I highly recommend the terrace on the 3rd floor and the zone on the 3rd floor, air-conditioned zone on the 3rd floor, or a big, nice hall in between ground floor and the 1st floor. And let's be back here in 12 minutes. Let's start 10 minutes before 12, the next panel. Also comments that we have toilets for male on that side, on the left side for me, and the women on that side.
That's it.
Please, those people who are in the room, please take your seats, and we will gradually start in a couple of minutes. May I ask also the supporting team to start inviting people to their places? People are now mobilizing.
So yeah, please, dear guests, take your seats. Dear panelists, also, please come here and take your seats, and we'll start in a minute. Manuela, hi, nice to meet you. I invite you to... So may I ask the people left in the front, take your seats, and the organizing team, please drive all the people from the doors through the upper doors. I really see the difference that business forums are much more vivid than public sectors, but we need to... Ліський був на балконі, ну прийде, не знаю, не знаю, що панель. Всі є... Ні, Ліський ще буде. So we are switching to this second panel, which will be all about manufacturing, all about value chains, all about opportunities on global markets, and about rethinking value chains. And the moderator for this session will be James Watkins, Head of Policy and Public Impact from the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our dear co-organizer of this whole forum. Please welcome him. James, the floor is yours.
Kirill, thank you so much. And it's fantastic to be one of the organisers with you, Kirill, with your leadership and with the leadership of the other organisations involved in this important conference. Today, in this session, we're going to hear from a fantastic panel regarding the value chains and supply chain dynamics. Now, we know in business how that is such a critical issue. It's a critical issue for those British businesses who are in the room today, because you and I know that today marks the 7th anniversary of that very famous Brexit referendum. And we know that had an impact on supply chains and value chains here in the United Kingdom. But that pales into insignificance in terms of the challenges that are impacting upon Ukraine. And what we're going to hear from our distinguished panel today is what are the opportunities for Ukraine and the international business community to move past dependency on what has been a series of products and services linked to Russia and other related countries such as Belarus and others. So we're going to look at that today, and we hopefully will have time to hear your thoughts and your ideas shortly. So let me introduce the panel first of all. Unfortunately, the Minister will be struggling to be with us today, but I'm happy that Deis Shemyakin who is with us, thank you, sir, who's from the Reforms Support Team of the Ukrainian government. I'm also delighted that we have with us today the Chief Executive Officer of the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce, Paul Chapeau. In addition, we've got Manuela Gatto, the Director of Zaha Hadid Architects. I'm looking forward to hearing your words, Manuela. We've also got, I hope, Charles Stevenson, who's with us. Charles, are you with us? Nope. Okay, well, hopefully Charles will be with us shortly, who's from JCB. We've also will have Igor Liski. Igor, thank you, Igor. So I'm really looking forward to hear your comments as well. We've got Dmitry Livich. Dimitra? Yeah, thank you very much. So we're going to hear more about Easy Business NGO. We've also got Frank Nefke from Harvard, and we're going to hear a few slides and your research from Frank shortly. And last but not least, we've got Igor Dalichuk with us as well. Thank you very much, sir, from SBK. So I'm going to jump over there now. So, Deis, I'm going to start with you, if I may. So, I know the Ukrainian government is looking at the opportunities to ensure that value chains can be diversified away from a dependency from Russian and Belarusian sources of materials and products and services. I wonder, Deis, could you give us your thoughts as to the direction of travel, the policy approach that the Ukrainian government is following in this area, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm working for Reform Support Team, Minister of Economy. This is like project office. I'm head of this office, and we focusing on support key priority of ministry. We are in close cooperation with our first deputy prime minister Yulia Sviridenko and Alexei Sobolev, our deputy minister. And after the 24th February, our business was crucially damaged in Ukraine. And if we are talking about GDP dropped down more than 30%. And we understand that we have a huge problem with orders, internal demand. And if we're talking about small, medium businesses, now it's not an option to find export opportunity. It's just one way for surviving. Most of them, if we are talking about product with value added. And we understand that ministry should do a lot refocus on business climate and also to market access. But if we are talking about market access, it's not only about tariff barriers and administrative regulation between markets, but also capacity building in SMEs. Because if we are talking about our SMEs, a lot of SMEs not ready for export, and we believe that our focus to create opportunity and maybe with some donors funded project and with support of our global community, we can boost it. And one of our initiative, we initiate export booster project. It's project with piloting project. We do it together with USAID and in cooperation with EBRD and EU delegation. And the idea is to go in by hand with small, medium businesses. We choose 20 businesses from machinery and food processing company, and trying to receive tangible result. During half year, $1 million. And then we want to scale it up. Now we are on the road, and we expect that in 3 months we will conclude the contract. And what we see now that if we are talking about commodity goods, we don't focus it on this project because we want to focus on Russian and Belarusian substitution project in European and UK market. And if we are talking about general figures, Russia export to EU and UK market more than 70 billion per year products. It's without gas and oil. It's value-added products, and we believe that Ukrainian manufacturers, for example, if we are talking about machinery and food processing and furniture industry, our technology level is not less than Russia in general, and we believe that we can create similar, not similar in quality, quantity, And we don't need some preferences or something like that. We just want to receive opportunity to participate, and we are ready to compete. This is one track. This is like a low-hanging fruit, or maybe not for low-hanging fruit, but window of opportunity now in short term. And we believe that during 1 or 2 years we have good opportunity for machinery building companies. And this is and the other stream we want to create some project with global multinational companies. We had discussion with some of them, for example, Caterpillar, Bosch, and SKF, and trying to organize some kind of education with support of donors when persons from purchasing department shows how it's look processing and purchasing in details. And now we organized first workshop. It was very successful. Our Ukrainian SMEs satisfied and understanding how to prepare offers, how to participate, and we believe that we can to scale it up this project together with our partners EBRD. We offer some new concept of this project for next year, and we believe that it would be not 10 but hundreds of companies. Also, we do it with partnership with Enterprise Development and Export Promotion Office under Ministry of Digital. And now we prepare a framework in general how to boost export on the different level, policy level, regional level, because we have in Ukraine we have regional development agency and association, and we understand that some of them and commercial chambers too can be like additional resources for capacity building and helping our SMEs to reach huge market. And I hope that in half year we will show tangible result, and then we will present huge project for thousands of SMEs.
Thank you so much, Jason. It sounds like an incredibly exciting project and clearly needed for the people of Ukraine. In a moment, we're going to hear from Frank. If colleagues could set up the slides for Frank. We will hear from Frank next in a few moments. But before that, if I could come to you first, Dimitro, because I know you're from the Centre for Economic Recovery. I mean, be interested to hear as to what are the immediate challenges, because in the first session we heard from John Patton to say that the immediate issue is to support businesses in the here and now, not just to think about the post-war future. What are the challenges now to support the businesses in terms of that diversification of value chains?
I also prepare some slides.
Technical intervention that we have in the presentation slides by Frank first and then Dima slides. So if possible, let's switch the presentators.
No, Kirill, perfect intervention. So we're going to hold off on your slides, Dimitro. It's best to last, so we'll hear from Frank first.
There was a clicker here. Thank you. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. So I'm going to share with you very quickly a couple of things that we looked at together with the Harvard Growth Lab about how Ukraine could become integrated in EU value chains and some of the challenges there. Well, this is a story that you know very well. The exports of Ukraine collapsed, so the exports to the Russian market collapsed. And as a consequence, Ukraine needs to shift to other markets, more to the West. But it's not just the volume, it's also the type of exports that changed. So what was being exported to Russia was actually more of the complex exports that Ukraine was producing. But this is not without precedent. This has actually happened before. Romania, in the 1990s, of course, in a peaceful situation, was in a very similar, found itself in a very similar situation, where it also had most of its exports going to Russia and related countries, and that market collapsed as well. And what you see is that over time, the European market started to take over from the Russian market, and that actually went pretty fast. What you also see is that as Romania became closer to EU accession, the kind of products that were being exported changed. And what I highlight here is, and those are sectors that you typically associate with international value chains. So there was a very rapid increase in those exports to the EU. So think of footwear to Italy, electronics to Germany, car accessories to Germany, and so on. And the pattern in Romania seems to have been there was a very rapid decline, and then first an increase in volume, and then an increase in complexity as it became more and more integrated with the European economy. So let's go back to Ukraine. The EU is already increasingly becoming Ukraine's main export market. So what you also see is, well, you see a massive drop in the exports to Russia, but in some of the value chain exports that Romania very quickly developed, we also already see the first start of that in the Ukrainian economy. You see it in electric transformers, you see it in turbojets, you see it all over the place. So one way to actually accelerate that process is to have FDI as a vehicle to enter those EU value chains. So foreign firms invest in these value chains and increase the complexity of the Ukrainian economy. So one thing that makes this hard is that those kind of investments don't like to travel far. So this is all of the investments by German manufacturing firms in Eastern Europe. And you can see they bunch along the border of Germany. So even Eastern Poland doesn't really receive that many of them. And most of these investments are within 250 to 1,000 kilometers. Well, if you then look at Ukraine, it depends on where you are in Ukraine, but the western part of Ukraine is actually pretty close to those locations, closer than Romania or Bulgaria, which actually managed to enter those value chains. Other parts of Ukraine are somewhat further away. So one thing that you can try to do is to help this process. And there is actually a unique asset right now that exists to do so. So the diaspora, so the refugees who are mainly in places like Germany and Austria, in places that have very strong manufacturing value chains, they can help. So the Ukrainian economy basically needs to pivot into global value chains. Its economic geography will change because of that, and it requires skills, connections, and capital. The Ukrainian refugees, they are highly skilled and probably highly motivated to help in this process. And right now they are in need of meaningful work, something that they feel they can do something. And the Western European firms, they face skill shortages, but they are hesitant to invest in people who might leave. So if these people leave with the firm to set up value chain investments in Ukraine, this could actually be a triple win. So this is actually a project that we proposed to a philanthropic organization and pending review right now. So the conclusion of this is that if you look at Romania, there was a very rapid rise in export volumes and complexity at geographical distances that's similar to Ukraine. But you should expect that there will be a spatial transformation in the Ukrainian economy. So you will have a shift that is further west. The opportunities for investments will also be more to the west and maybe also more with the Eastern European neighbors. And you will see a shift in industrial structure. The economy will probably be greener because it's less heavy. There will be services around the capital industry taking advantage of the fantastic IT skills that Ukraine has. And it would automatically lead to a lower carbon economy. But there are some challenges. You need a stable investment environment. The infrastructure is important, so shrinking the distance to Europe is important. It is probably wise to make a green transition part of this, which I know is on the agenda, and to do that with the strengths that the regions in Ukraine currently have. So to build sort of on a smart specialization agenda that Europe has for its internal economy. And the last thing is, if you can mobilize the diaspora in the right way, you can actually help the refugees help the Ukrainian economy and help the firms that are setting up these value chain connections. So I'll leave it at that and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Frank. That was fascinating, actually, and interesting to hear those dynamics. We're going to hear next from Dimitro with a few slides in terms of building on Frank's presentation.
Yeah, dear colleagues, it's happy to be here, and I'm very happy that there are a lot of people are very much interested into building private sector in Ukraine, building capacity for the further development and economic recovery of Ukraine. And here I have an honor to present some research finding that our think tanks, both Easy Business and Center for Economic Recovery, has been working for quite a long time. And I will start my presentation with was basically talking about the global value chains and EU value chains. They've been transforming for the last decades, and they started in 20th century with trade liberalization, with placement of manufacturing facilities in, let's say, Asia, China, some other countries, Central European countries. But then the global economy has been hit by shocks. The first shock was the trade war between China and the US. The second shock was the COVID-19 crisis, and the third shock, which is the biggest and the most dramatic, is the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine that was unprovoked. And we do understand that this global trade system will be changing a lot, and we do need to understand that those linkages that has been built for decades, they are still here, they are still in place, and they are affecting the global system. And here I would like to present some trade dynamics of European Union with their partners. And we see that non-democratic states like China and Russia are taking leadership roles in this trade. And if we look at China, it's 21% of EU imports, and out of top 10 categories of Chinese export to European Union, they are taking more than 45% of market share for EU. When it comes to Russia, they are mostly focused on raw materials exports, and this share is fortunately decreasing, and they are losing their stake in the market, and European companies are trying to broke those linkages with Russian companies, which is very good, and we do support that movement. But we need to do it further. We need to reduce the EU's dependency on both raw materials and also manufacturing goods. And what I would really like to stress out is that the global value chains and especially EU value chains has been changing a lot once Ukraine has signed a deep and comprehensive free trade agreement in 2016, and the trade from Ukraine to EU has changed a lot. We started to reorient our trade flows from CIS countries towards the EU and the global economies. But the statistics is here, and we need to understand that there are some markets like agriculture and IT that the trade has been booming, and this is very good for Ukraine's economy. But at the same time, there are some markets where we've been trading with CIS countries and less developed countries, and we lost them after 2013, 2014, 2015, and we didn't actually find some place on the European Union market because of the low complexity of the products that is comparatively lower than in European Union, and because of the lower integration into European value chains. But at the same time, those industries that are well represented by small and medium enterprises, they brought some investment, especially to western central part of Ukraine, and they could build up its potential and be better integrated into European Union value chains. I'm talking now about the car parts manufacturing, textiles, light industry, and many examples of successful Ukrainian companies entering European Union markets. This is not only about the light industry, it's also about agriculture. And Igor Liski will be most probably talking about his experience. He's one of the most experienced company working on the European markets was his beehive, and this is a good example of trade liberalization that is actually in place right now. And talking about consequences of Russia's Russian war to Ukraine, we do need to understand that Ukrainian sectors of economy and regions were affected differently, and we do need to keep it in mind that the economic structure before the war has been different in those regions. When it comes to Western and Central Ukraine, this was traditionally place for SME development for those traditional industries. When it comes to south and east of Ukraine, it was the place for heavy machinery, metallurgy, and those industries that were severely affected by the war. And having that in mind, we need to make sure that investments will come equally to all the regions of Ukraine, but with specifics. And talking about investments, that may be a crucial factor for the further development. We, as a country, attracted around $50 billion of gross capital formation for the last 30 years, which is not enough, because we listened all to presentations of the government of Ukraine and the president's office that the request for future recovery in Ukraine is uncomparable with those investments that we attracted. And the first panel was very interesting panel in terms of allocation of those investments into Ukraine, was the role of IFIs and also private sector companies that are working on that. And we need to convert international aid that is coming from loans and aid projects and grants to private sector development, and this is impossible without having value chains and without having investment in those value chains. And what is actually the proposal? The proposal is to make it serious nearshoring potential in Ukraine, because all the Central Eastern European countries, they were a place for having those automobile industry, to having some industries with a high level of complexity placed in their countries. Now this is the time for Ukraine to bring those investments, and we have these competitive advantages against countries that are usually subject to foreign direct investment. And for this purpose, we analyzed the trade potential of Ukraine against EU import markets in terms of potential substitutions of products, and it also in terms of potential of bringing foreign direct investment. And what are the industries that are especially interesting? It's agricultural processing, that is export oriented, and that may take place on the European markets. It is also green energy and electricity. That is one of the largest markets, and there is a room for improvement for Ukraine especially. When it comes to east and south part of Ukraine, our heavy industry also need to be reborn. In order to be competitive on foreign markets, we need to add the green component, we need to add sustainability component, and this is very important for Ukraine's economy to be further developed, and this is impossible without bringing foreign direct investment and also domestic investment into Ukraine's economy. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Dimitri. That was really, really interesting. I think we've heard complimentary presentations from Dimitri and Frank. If I could just say to both colleagues, please don't miss out blockchain. I think that's one of the key strengths of the Ukrainian economy, and it's something that I know in the United Kingdom it's very much valued. I'm going to come next, before I come to Igor Liski, I'm going to come next to Manuela, because Manuela, I know that Zaha Hadid architects have an expertise in terms of value chains and in terms of the diversification of value chains in different markets. I wonder if you could give us just an example of kind of the direction of travel and the approach that your company follows.
Well, I'm obviously a bit of an outlier. So you're going to have to listen to a bit of architecture now. Maybe a quick introduction, because I believe probably many of you don't really know us. We've been around for 40 years. We were founded by Zaha Hadid, Dame Zaha Hadid, who was Iraqi-born. She was a woman, and she, from being a woman and Iraqi-born, so, lived also maybe indirectly, but lived in a context of conflict and war. She went on funding and developing possibly one of the most innovative architecture practices in the world. I was earlier in the week in London Stock Exchange. There was a little talk of, quite small talk of Ukrainian business women. And what my takeaway there was that really the value of diversity, the value of bringing different perspectives in the business, but also the value of combination of creativity, resilience, and empathy. I kind of recognize the same sort of values in Zach, and I feel that if I just going back to the value chain, we really believe in transferring knowledge, so transferring know-how, working within context. We worked in different contexts, we work all over the world, we work in very different also typologies, but what really our takeaway is wherever we work, we try to transfer knowledge, because that really enables you to set long-term relationships. If you just dip in, come with your European suppliers, European contractors, and then you just work out, obviously that's never work. We really trust the local market, and we work together with the local market, and we find that this really creates more opportunities. So this sort of positive, virtuous circle, which is triggered by that. We worked 20 years ago in China. We were very proudly say that we were instrumental with other practices as well in developing many amazing Chinese companies that now are operating all over the world in terms of, for instance, facade construction, steel construction, and so on, that really scaled up and went out of China. We did something similar, smaller scale in Iraq 10 years ago, started working 6 years ago in Ukraine, and of course, with the full-scale invasion, this maybe slowed down, but we're still hoping that we can trigger the same kind of know-how exchange in Ukraine as well. We are still working in projects in Ukraine. We're working on a project for the expansion and refurbishment of Patton Bridge in Kyiv, one of the most important bridges and connections within the city of Kyiv, with the Ministry of Infrastructure and local communities, and with the Reconstruction Agency. We were working before the war on a project in Dnipro for the new metro line. Again, there as well, setting up a local, a relationship with the local steel mills and so on. And we are also working on the bid that Odessa is doing for Expo 2030. A lot of people tell us why it's so far-fetched and everything, but what we really, our takeaway of working with Ukraine is, and with Ukrainian people, is that dreams are what get you going. And this is why, you work on the urgency is important, but the long-term perspective is equally important.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's very inspiring, actually. And I think that takes me perfectly to you, Igor Liski, because I know, Igor, as we heard from Dimitro, you're doing some fantastic work in terms of that diversification of supply chains and that diversification of new opportunities. So please, over to you.
Thank you for having me here. I have some slides in the presentation. Actually, I was just prepared for discussion of the investment and uncertainty, but just realized that I'm probably the only from the Ukrainian entrepreneurs here. And I even heard from EBRD that not enough good projects in Ukraine, and just I have to inspire you that Ukrainian entrepreneurs are really cool and effective, and can provide not only emotional and value-based business, not only just to remove Russian and Belarusian goods from European market, but also can earn you money. And I just want to share you my story in short, because I'm originally from the east, from Lugansk, and as you understand, I just building a big business there and then lose everything in 2014. But probably usual entrepreneurs say, okay, maybe enough just to build it from the scratch. But starting from 2014, yeah, and my partners built from the scratch, greenfield, 8 completely brand new companies, and just a few of them I will present to you. It's probably the best honey in the world, beehive. So we already sell in 27 countries. We built it from the scratch, and believe it, from the next month it will be in UK retails as well. So the second project is animal protein project Feed Noah. We also built it just 2 years. We started 2 years from here, and during the war, we not stopped the production, but we increased it with 42%. And we are not afraid of the war. We know how to be resilient, how to be united. So even such problems as it was done 1 year ago during, I think it was April, when 2 Russian rockets destroyed our completely new factory, wood processing, forest technology. So we decided just not to wait until the victory, but did it and restart, rebuild it without any insurance, without any support of the government. So why we are doing that? Because I personally believe that it's our best input in the victory. It's our the best input in the light, because we believe that Ukraine is on the right side of the civilization, and we believe that strong Ukraine will show the example how all the world should be treated, with all the conflicts and the rule of law, and the justice should be here on the earth. So, but just to finalize this my small speech, I want to inspire you that we understand that investment is about the money, it's about the business. So it's the right time to be in Ukraine, because to take away the tactical uncertainty, we believe that really soon the war will end it. We believe that Ukraine will be strong as never. We believe that Ukraine will be part of the European Union, and it's with the easiest access to one of the biggest market. We believe that infrastructure, investment in infrastructure, and the good project from Ukrainian entrepreneurs will help, make a mixture and blend of the best environment for direct investment. And the last point, before the war, we heard a lot of things why we are not investing, because there are corruption, because not the right, the institution, the government, and etc. etc. Believe me, it's my message from the business. The business which is still exists in Ukraine now, operated, is so united, is based on the real values, European values, and united, and will help and support to deal with any type of corruption or pressure from the government and all this bullshit. So please come to our brotherhood right now in the hard time, and we'll support you and will help you to manage in future, and we'll solve all the problems together. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Igor, for that inspiring speech, and also your inspiring example and what you've achieved. So thank you so much, Igor. I think this gives us a good opportunity to see a counterbalance as to what examples can we see around the world in terms of diversifying supply chains and value chains, and what those examples can bring to Ukraine. So I'm going to go next to the Chief Executive Officer of Liverpool Chamber of Commerce, Paul Chapeau. Paul, is there any examples from the northwest of England where you and your members are based in terms of diversification of global value chains that could be an example for Ukraine to consider?
Nice, easy one, James. Thanks for that. Afternoon, everyone. First of all, just wanted to say thank you for the invitation today. Those of you will be aware, as Chief Executive of Liverpool Chamber of Commerce, we had the distinct honour of representing Ukraine through the delivery of Eurovision last month, and we were utterly proud to do so. And we certainly hope, as a city and a city region, we did the country proud in the delivery of that particular event. We also delivered the Liverpool Ukraine Business Summit in partnership with the London Chamber, and it's great to see so many people who visited Liverpool for that particular event here today, and it's great to resume those relationships. And I think the crux of those relationships are at the core of what we need to focus on when we talk of value chains and we talk about opportunities, and it's very much in considering the role of the SME. One of our opening speakers this morning talked about the voice of the SME being absolutely integral to some of the recovery aspirations and opportunities. And I think if there's one thing I can articulate today is in reinforcing that and emphasising the opportunities through sort of regional clusters, regional economies and opportunities. And it struck me as the presentations were taking place there around regional and local specialisms as well, in terms of how industries develop. We sometimes fall into the trap of talking about countrywide economies as a homogenous proposition where we specialise in one thing or another, and actually there's huge complexities in value chains at a local level. Certainly some of the organisations in the northwest of England who have undertaken work with the Ukraine have talked about this, the disruption to their operations and how they've had to repurpose their operations to take into account the war. And the considerations, I think, in the recovery period is how can Ukraine respond to that, develop its economy, and build upon the existing competencies, the existing relationships that exist, while also transitioning to something that's different and new. And I think the opportunity, therefore, exists for new relationships to be formed with different sectors, different types of SMEs, and there's a role for governments, there's a role for national organisations to agglomerate those kind of opportunities so that SME supply chains can be mobilised to support effectively the recovery of the country. Now, I was really interested with the comparison with Romania earlier and thinking about how that emerged from a period of, albeit conflict in a different way, but it emerged and grew. And I think the parallels there are really, really quite interesting around that mobilisation, around understanding what the specialisms are going to be in a post-war environment. And again, James, you mentioned John's comment earlier, and I agree about it's really important that we look at this now. One of the things that stood out from the summit that we ran in April was the Department for Business and Trade statement around this being effectively a minimum of a 10-year programme of recovery, recognising that the war isn't won yet. So that's a huge investment, and obviously for SMEs who are looking at opportunities and looking at positioning themselves as a potential service provider into the new Ukraine as it emerges in the post-war environment, that's a heck of an investment to play the long game in that. So again, early engagement, understanding what the supply chain opportunities might be, cultivating those existing relationships that already exist, and making sure that as far as Ukraine recovery goes, there's a collective approach that brings in the best and the brightest talent, organisations across the entirety of nation states, so that a collective approach can be taken to tackle the next stage of Ukraine's development. Just some considerations as well around, how might smart cities be integrated in post-war Ukraine. Again, the opportunity exists whilst there's also a focus, and it's I always feel uneasy talking about opportunities given the terrible situation that the Ukraine is in at the moment. When you think about the opportunities for Ukraine to potentially be a first mover in some of these with that reconstruction and rebuild process, then now is the time to really engage in those kind of opportunities. And again, almost look ahead over the next 10 years and figure out how do we mobilize our economies to enable Ukraine to be a leader in some of those agendas. It was talked about membership of the European Union, and of course that will change the nature and the dynamic of how organizations operate within the country with certain regulations, certain standards. That'll be a big transition as well. And again, the experience of EU-based SMEs is integral to that as well, thinking about professional service support, thinking about consultancy, etc. So again, there's no easy answer, in all honesty, James. I don't know if I have actually answered the question or not. But for me, it's about mobilizing the SME base, making sure that we don't take a simplistic nation-state approach. We recognize the regional clusters of expertise, that Ukraine's economic development plans to also take a regional approach and recognize regional specialism. And ultimately, we ensure, as was said in the opening section, that the SME voice and the SME expertise is central to this overall recovery program.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think you covered that exceptionally well. Thank you. And that takes us finally to our final speaker before we make a special announcement in a few moments, which is Igor Dalichuk. Because Igor, I know you're thinking about the long term. We've heard from Paul about that 10-year plus challenge for Ukraine, and I know you and your organization is looking at that at the moment. So could you give us your thoughts in terms of that challenge, please?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I have two special topics. One of them, it's a little bit the story which extension information from Igor, from previous speaker, because he explained his situation, his opportunities, but he has a lot of possibilities for export markets, and a lot of speakers here speaking about the export as the potential future of Ukraine. I would like to speak more about domestic market, because domestic market is really very specific at this moment, and today all of you looking for the damages, for the figures, for the level of losses and others. A representative business which really domestic, because we produce bricks, we manufacturing brick, and is a main part of construction process. And today this sector of economy is really drop, and it's not so big demand, and a lot of companies which really operating in the sector now by huge pressure of debt, of any energy problem and other. I would like to say that we have met Russian invasion in the first morning, because the factory which we are speaking now situated in only 20 kilometers from the main street of Kiev, Krещатик, and in 3 kilometers near to the Gostomel airport. And the place which we named as heroic three places, Bucha, Gostomel, and Irpin, is really have got the war on the first morning. The factory was occupied on the second day. The level of damage is huge. I don't like to say about this because it's our internal problem, because we need to operate as more efficiency in future. But I would like to say that this 16 months show all of us the problem in real private sector of Ukrainian business. Because now a lot of people speaking about public sector, about recovery of hospitals, roads, bridges. And we need to look for real sector of economy, because in few months or year, when the war is finished, we need to have the basic economical activity companies which really will responsible for the country recovery. And what do the company do till next 10, 12 or more months? What is the health of these companies? Who supports them? Today, a lot of speakers propose some ideas for the investment funds, for some instruments of financing. It's really very good, but I think it will be in the future. What do they do today? I'm thinking that Ukraine urgently need special recovery fund, which really needed for temporary support of the local situation, because in few months some of the companies will die. It's a real problem. But I would like to say positive news. Each of us, because I am as a sole shareholder every day thinking about what we need to do today, tomorrow, after tomorrow. And today I've got really very good news from my team, because today we're starting to produce the first bricks in our small factories, because we don't have option to start with a huge factory, with the biggest factory in Central Eastern Europe, which we developed together with EBRD. EBRD was our shareholder during 10 years. And we made fantastic project with a high level of production efficiency, energy efficiency, and others. But this factory now destroyed. And for me, it's a big question, what we are doing. And I said, as a small answer, we're starting step by step recovery our business ourselves. We don't have any chance to ask somebody. But together with this, we collect a lot of problems from the market. And I really appreciate that together with some of Ukrainian business association, which representative more than 40,000 Ukrainian private companies, we're preparing some important position and principles. And I would like to explain some of them, because Center of International Private Enterprises really support this project. And together during last few months, we discuss what real Ukrainian business, Ukrainian private sector need today and tomorrow. It's some kind of instruments, some kind of tools. And if you're looking generally, one of the very important things is financing. We discussed today a lot about this. And I think all kind of approach regarding the financing is really positive. And Ukrainian private business really know what do they do with this financing. But the rules and procedures will be more easy, more transparency. Second point. Today we discuss a situation that Ukraine need more support through the financing instruments. But I'm thinking we need to little bit look back, and Ukraine needed more joint ventures at this moment. It's joke or not joke, because last 10, 12 years, efficiency Ukrainian enterprises developing business alone. And now I think is the right time for looking partnership with international companies. International companies don't operate without Ukrainians. Ukrainians don't operate without experience, technological experience of international companies. And we need to see for the medium-size level companies, not only for the multinationals. During last few months, I met CEO of 3 biggest companies in the world in our industry. I spoke with them, we discussed looking. They understand that Ukrainian recovery market will be with a huge potential. But they ask situation regarding the procedures, transparency, criteria, and a lot of this question now by the big question. Ukrainian private business need full transparency. Ukrainian private business need to participate in the recovery process, because if all funding which proposed by international organization or by the world distributed or lending without the role or opinion of the local Ukrainian companies, I think it will be wrong way. Private enterprises really knows what do they need, what do they do, and what they organize in their real local level. Because it's not only Ukraine. Ukraine, it's cities, villages, places which really understand what do they need to do, as I said, today and tomorrow. And if somebody said, okay, we need to develop this road or this bridge, business said a little bit different. We need to do this, this, or this. And the opinion of the local business is very important, because the private business in a region, regions really established working places, jobs, pay taxes, and other things. And I think this cooperation is really very important. Yes. My understanding now we need to see for the flexible and mixed picture. Export is one very important direction for the future chain, local and domestic market and another. And local market is really based on local private initiative from the companies. I hope the main position of Ukrainian Business Association and companies will be involved to the results of our discussion. I hope that Ukrainian Business Association presented this position to Ukrainian government, and I hope international financing organization will be participate in this process with their great role. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you. And I think you've made some powerful words, and I don't want to hold any of you up for lunch, but I think you've made some powerful words that needs to be responded to, and that's why your words can be acted on right now, because the London Chamber of Commerce has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ukrainian Chambers of Commerce. We have the leader of the delegation here today, Anna, and we are determined to follow your lead, Igor, and to ensure that the support that we provide from London and the United Kingdom through the new Ukrainian-British Business Council will follow the lead of the Ukrainian businesses in each region, because the point that you make is absolutely right. So before we do end this session, I'd just like to invite Anna to join us. And thank you. Please, Anna.
I should be briefly, because I know that the next step of our conference is lunch, but I'd like to emphasize a few ideas. So, first of all, I also I'd like to express our gratitude to organizers, to partners, especially to Kirill Krivolap, who arranged everything, and also our London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, London Business School. And I really like the quote at the back top, improving lives through business, because it's also our aim and our main task for our business. Even when we spoke about recovery, we understand that it should be a comprehensive approach. We should create a supportive business environment and climate for companies to return to Ukraine, to start business, and that also assist to get back our refugees and our Ukrainians. So now Ukrainian companies do not ask for some assistance. Our Ukrainian companies invite international community to realize beneficial projects and business for both parts. And also I'd like to mention that it is important because we also try to call on international community that Ukrainian companies are resilient and they're still operating, but they can propose not only resilience. We have a lot of resources, we have a lot of ideas. Ukraine is a digitized and innovative country. And for example, before we started, I really do not know about such great like export items of Ukraine, from Ukraine. Neon gas. Ukraine was responsible for 50% of neon gas that is needed to produce microscheme. And sudden disruption of supply chains of these resources creates a threat that, you know, that microschemes need to create everything now. And yes, I should be brief, I remember. But also I'd like to mention that at our conference, Ukraine Recovery Conference, we organized marketplace and presented a lot of investment projects. So now we invite foreign companies and also our British partners to do business with Ukraine. And like a chamber, we create a lot of instruments to support our companies. Now more companies know about what is export strategy, what is marketing research, how to find partners, and we also, I'd like to thank to Mr. Igor Bartkev, who is president, who is responsible for cooperation with the Ukrainian companies at London Chamber, and also gratitude to London Chamber that I think not everyone knows that now Ukrainian companies can become members of London Chamber and enjoy services of your organization, and membership now, if I do not mistake, for 1 year, it is for free for Ukrainian companies. So thank you so much, and in this case I'd like to present some certificate of appreciation from our Ukrainian chamber on behalf of the Ukrainian chamber. Thank you so much. Yeah. And also gratitude to Liverpool Chamber, because just few months ago we organized a business forum together with Liverpool and London Chamber. So, and now we established our bilateral business council, and today will be the first joint meeting of our bilateral business council, and we'll sign action plan of cooperation within the framework of this organization. Oh, we can sign this now, but.
Anna, thank you very much. Hope you enjoy your lunch, and thank you for this very kind presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So today we have 45 minutes for lunch, and let's be here for the next panel on green transformation and green recovery. I'm really happy that a big friend of Ukraine will be the moderator of this panel. His name is Thomas Amont Laridas, founder and CEO of Highgate. I'm sure Thomas will now explode with his energy.
Hello, everyone. Apologies for having to compete with the nap time. So now the good news is that the Wi-Fi is not working, so you will find it difficult to communicate. I knew this panel would be a success. Okay, so as you probably know, sustainability is actually the 7th principle of the Lugano Principles, which were established last year for the first Ukraine Recovery Conference. So it's obviously a topic that was discussed at length during the London Ukraine Recovery Conference. And we're very lucky to actually have a representative of the Ukrainian government, Marina, from the Cabinet Office. Could you tell us what have been the main outcomes of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in regards to green transition and sustainability?
First of all, this conference is every year. This conference about support of Ukraine and about reforms. First of all, it's about reforms. But in our conditions now, the main outcome it's our partner support. We had it, and the second one. It's instruments. And the main announcement in this conference was from Ursula von der Leyen that announced a new facility for Ukraine, flexible one, because we had short-term emergency needs and long-term needs, long-term modernization. In accordance in our EU integration. As a candidacy, now we have the instrument that include us to European Union budgeting process. It means for us a lot because it's about sustainable, it's about green, because we become your member. If we're talking about energy sector, in conference, government presents energy strategy in 2 scenarios, base and progressive. Scenarios in accordance with our GDP growth forecasts, in accordance with our victory conditions. And the strategy about green, that Ukraine becomes energy hub for Europe. Our energy strategy about European country, Ukraine, and sustainable and green generation in Ukraine.
That's a very ambitious goal. I don't know if Maxim Timchenko is still here in the audience, but at the Ukraine Recovery Conference, when the Minister of Energy presented the plan, Maxim said, well, you know, if half of it is actually implemented, it will already be extraordinary. So, but it's great, because if we don't have any ambition, then we don't succeed in anything. So thank you so much. Before talking about what may happen in terms of new investments, new project, I'd like to start by giving the floor to a business who's already in Ukraine, who is already dealing with energy transition. ArcelorMittal. Oleg, you're working at Kryvyi Rih. Do you have a microphone?
I think it works.
You are in an industry that has an environmental footprint because it's a heavy industry, so it's heavily regulated.
Yeah.
How do you see the evolution of the regulatory environment in which you evolve? And is it going in the right direction? Is it going in the wrong direction? Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, so for us as a metal industry, like even 1 year ago, we had completely different markets. So we changed our export like 1.5 years ago. We had 1% of our export to EU, and now we have 73% of our export to EU. So it's a big regulatory challenge, because now we suddenly started to think about CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism. And we understand that our business is such huge that we need to make decisions right now to be compatible and to meet the requirements in 5 years, let's say. So now we are part of this global discussion of carbon border adjustment mechanism. We are working with the government on our own Ukrainian emission trading system, because that's which is coming anyway, and we want to be a part of this. And we're working on renewables. Just right before the war, we had a very big couple of projects for 1 giga in renewables. We wanted to acquire those, and now we still have some plans. We're looking on renewables very closely and very seriously now. So that's what is happening with our enterprise for the moment.
Okay, and how's the situation with the permitting in Ukraine? Is that helping you to transition to renewable energy or to develop the different projects?
So the question is no. I mean, it's not. I consider it myself as ineffective. But the problem is that it's anywhere in Europe. I don't think we have a very effective permitting system.
I'm shocked. I was expecting a yes as an answer.
No, because I came from, there is Graham Tiley here. He used to be a country chair for Shell in Ukraine, and we were like 10 years ago, we were working very closely on permitting, and we took some good examples mostly from Canada, from US, and a little bit from Poland. But those are Poland is the only one in Europe which tried to make it very, very effective. So my point is that if you want to rebuild Ukraine fast, so with existing permitting system, so it would rather be not possible. However, we do have now a fast track for construction of these things, like in emergency route. So if we upscale this for a couple of years, so I think we have a chance to build everything very fast. But if we have cases like for 3 years of environmental impact assessment, for instance, so we would stuck with a documentary phase of reconstruction, and I don't think that we all are ready to sit for 3 years just to wait for permits before we start any works.
And the digitalization of
it helps.
It helps.
It helps. Yeah, it's not only about let's be balanced. It's not only about bad things, but COVID plus war made a lot of things digital. We have public hearings digital now since COVID. We have some permits based on declaration online. So I mean, the war helped for the government and for the business to be much faster and more effective. So that's definitely true. So just let's continue it.
Okay. Vitaly, you are a managing partner at CMS, one of the largest law firms in Ukraine. You are working a lot with clients in the energy sector. Do you agree with Oleg about the fact that the digitalization process, the e-government, has actually helped in the transition? And what would be needed to create the best possible investment conditions for foreign investors?
Thank you. And the digitalization helps, but it's not everywhere yet. So construction licenses these days are finally issued online. So this is a big step, and many other things like creating a company just by a few clicks in a matter of minutes. That's great. That's cool. Sometimes it's not even in some of the EU countries or elsewhere. So that is a big step. But when we hear the plans of the government to install or to have gigawatts and gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, storage capacity, hydrogen, etc., everybody in the room asks the question, how do you arrive there? Really, how do you arrive to those gigawatts? And so I would, at the next conference,
Marina is next to you. Ask her the question.
Marina is supporting reforms at the government. Marina is not exactly the government. This should be turned. We should have had Deputy Minister of Energy, but I don't.
He was supposed to be on the panel, but he thought Marina would be better.
Understood. So the question is how to get there, and this is where I think everybody in the room wants to hear more about, and I hope at the next conferences we will see and hear about that. But look, if we have a market which is not fully liberalized, right? We have price caps. If we have balancing market which is still damaged with huge debts to the generation and players, if we have renewable energy players that are owed money for 2022, you need to clear those conditions first, make sure the market works like a charm. Everybody is talking about PPAs, but PPA has a reference to the market price, and we don't have a market price right now. So how can you be sure that that the bank will finance you if you don't have a market price sticker and reference as your basis? So all of those questions will need to be fixed before we, I think, can really move on. And trust, I think, is what investors are looking for with the government. So trust is easily broken, but takes a lot of time to build up back again. And so this I think, where we will need to work the most to attract more private capital, in my view.
Well, I think from that respect, this week conference gave fantastic news with a very clear message that came from Brussels, Berlin, and Paris about EU accession prospect for Ukraine. And one of the main benefits of that is actually the conditionality. Because if you want to become an EU member, there's a huge acquis to implement, including on the rule of law, including on all the permitting and the third and fourth energy package that Ukraine will have to adopt. So my question then is that prospect of EU membership actually clearing the way of a bigger wave of foreign investment in Ukraine? Would you mind taking this question from a London Stock Exchange perspective?
Well, thank you for this introduction, and I would point out that my co-panelist raised a very valid question: how do we get to those numbers? So the first thing I want to say is how we cannot get to those numbers. We cannot get there by just relying on the government funding, and we cannot get there by just relying on individual private investors to come in. I think the scale of the challenge that's ahead of us it can only be met with the scale of the international capital markets. And that's why international capital markets have to play a bigger role in the reconstruction of Ukraine. Now, to date, Ukraine had very minimal presence on international exchanges. We had only 9 companies, and with the largest one being of the scale that is expected of international investors. But how do we go from there? But first, it has to be recognized by the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian business community why it's important to be on an exchange. It's not just about access to capital. It's about having a permanent access to capital, because during times of difficulty, companies that are already listed, they have an established presence and an established dialogue already with investors, so they can raise further capital. And that has been empirically proven during the times of COVID, when private companies were struggling with access to capital, but public companies had already a presence established. And secondly, it's not just about constant access to capital, but access to quality capital. And what I mean by that is having investors as a resource that drives fundamental improvements, both in terms of the profitability and efficiency, but also in terms of transparency and corporate governance. So it's highly important for Ukraine to recognize the impetus for entering international capital markets in the way that has not been achieved before. And from our perspective as an exchange, we're not just a listing venue, we're an enabler of sustainable growth. It's written in our vision, in our objective, and it permeates every individual strategic objectives for every business and every person who works at the exchange. and myself as the head of investment funds. So that's the platform which may not be very familiar to our Ukrainian counterparts, but I think that it has to be considered as one of the engines for fostering capital into renewable energy and broadly into energy transition, because to date it's been a proven conduit of capital into the sectors of the global economy where long-term capital is required. So the investment funds platform lists closed-ended funds on the exchange that trade like any other companies on the exchange, but underlying there is a portfolio of holdings aligned along a specific theme or industry. So in the case of renewable energy and energy transition, that constituted half of our IPOs in 2021, and that's the structure that we want to see that fosters the flow of capital into Ukraine's energy transition and green energy assets.
Fantastic. You were hosting 2 events, I think, this week at the London Stock Exchange. You were ringing the bell on Wednesday morning, I believe?
Yes, Wednesday morning.
What?
And that was a culmination of a year-long of work, because, of course, our relationship with Ukraine was established before the war, but it only accelerated when the invasion took place. So what we, personally, I was deeply affected because I'm from Ukraine and my family lives in Ukraine. And on the day of the invasion, I got a text from our CEO asking me how I was. And it was like really heartening to get that question, because I was not okay. But my way of dealing with not being okay is to be super productive. And I think that this is the least I could have done over the year. So what we have galvanized is jointly with FCDO and British International Investment is a partnership which would tap into all corners of the capital markets ecosystem to bring decision makers together to start tackling the challenge of bringing Ukraine into prominence where it should be in international capital markets. Because it's a complete anomaly to us that the Ukrainian economy, with the size and the talent that it possesses, does not have the visibility to institutional and retail investors. So we've worked for a year, and the market open was a symbolic moment to signal to the rest of the world that Ukraine is open for business and Ukraine is building its economy in a completely different way. Ukraine of the past is not Ukraine of tomorrow, and we're here to make it happen. But prior to the market open, I will be very brief, as I promised, we hosted an incredible event that highlighted the brilliancy of the female leadership in Ukraine. We had an incredible set of entrepreneurs, government professionals, and just business leaders who showcased to an incredible audience how they're coping with the challenges that they're facing. And that was a highly inspiring event. And on the opening day, importantly, David Schwimmer, our group CEO, announced at the URC that we, as a London Stock Exchange, were waiving the listing fees for the next 12 months initially of Ukrainian companies with primary operations in Ukraine who choose to list on our market. So we hope that we can galvanize, catalyze the integration of Ukraine into international capital markets and raise its visibility to the whole broad range of investors.
Thank you so much. I mean, there's never been as much goodwill in support of Ukraine and investment in Ukraine as today. And your personal story of what happened the day of the start of the invasion, I think a lot of us here in the room can relate to that. And people, to be able to cope with that, stopped working 10 hours per day and started working 20 hours per day.
Exactly.
And here we are now. David, coming back to the question of investment, you're running a consultancy, you're a specialist on energy. What would it take to have the extremely ambitious and visionary program that was put together by the Ukraine government at the recovery conference come to life? What would it take to have the private capital coming to Ukraine to invest in the green transition and the green recovery?
No, thank you for that question. As a banker, I like empirical numbers, and there was a very interesting article this week by Martin Wolf, the FT economist, who referred to a piece of research by Professor Persaud. And the scale of the challenge for Ukraine is extraordinary. And one of the things that came out of the research was, if you look at green investment in the developed world, more than 80% has come from the private sector. In emerging or developing economies, it's less than 15%. So in those emerging or developing economies, you need to have a public sector in one form or another to provide that capital. Now, Ukraine doesn't have that capital. It's going to have to come from other government organizations in order to get things going. The private sector alone is never going to do this. It will never be able to meet the challenge. And what are the things, though, that the private sector will look for, as well as some of the governments? I think, firstly, you're going to need to have a regulatory framework that supports investment. Because if you look at solar or wind, which have been some of the bigger forms of power generation, green power generation, this country is actually a great example. Why is it that the UK is a leader in offshore wind? It's not that we have more wind than anywhere else in the world, but it's because we have all the institutions, the structures, the government support mechanisms. We used to have a green investment bank that crowded capital in, a UK government-backed bank. So you need to have those support mechanisms. And then when you look at a country like Ukraine, you know, a solar project or an offshore wind project, they're all the same, whether it's in the UK, America, or Ukraine as a project. But the macro issues around it are quite different. You've got currency risk, you've got default risk, you've got contractual risk, and you need somebody, some mechanism to help mitigate those risks for investors. So some of those regulatory frameworks, involvement of multilateral organizations, whether it's the EU or America, those are going to be really critical to address some of those risks and provide the returns that investors will want.
So we're very lucky because I have seen several investors here in the room in the wind, in solar, operating in Ukraine. So I'm really, really keen to hear their comments in a few minutes, because before that, I would like to talk about the elephant in the room, which is nuclear. Vanessa, in your own word, you're a nuclear nerd. You're a lawyer working for Freshfield. There's a big question about nuclear industry in Ukraine. It represents the baseline and a very large percentage of the nuclear production. The potential is huge. There's a deficit of baseline electricity production in Europe. What would it take? And to come back to what David was mentioning, David was raising the question of private versus public. I mean, nuclear is by definition a kind of industry that was mostly developed by the public sector, at least in Europe. Do you see this to be the future in Ukraine, or do you see a room for the private sector in developing the nuclear industry?
I think it's got to be both, and I think the whole world has recognized it's got to be both within Ukraine and anywhere outside of the US, which is really the only country that's achieved any sort of private development of nuclear, and even then it's not been successful 100% of the time. There's
pretty much not successful for the last 30 years, I would say.
Exactly. But it's all, you have to think about nuclear when you're thinking about any country that has had a successful program, that has had around half of its generation capacity coming from nuclear for a really long time. And obviously there have been safety challenges in the past, but I work with nuclear developers all over the world, and I think when it comes to nuclear, it's not just attracting private capital. You need private capital, you need public capital, but the other third thing that's incredibly important to nuclear is you need supply chain. And there is a massive competition for the technology providers, for the supply chain, and most of all, for the very, very, very sparse amounts of human skills that still exist in the global nuclear supply chain. And Ukraine's got it. And Ukraine's getting 50% of its power from nuclear, and it has for a really long time. The base load is incredible. And while renewables have to happen, we have to do everything, we're still sort of in the 5% mark around renewables. And even then, renewables are very, very expensive to build on a system level when you've got to back up every megawatt of intermittent power with something else just in case, if you want to do it in a clean way. So obviously we need to do everything. We need to find carbon-free electrons, and we need to get them into the grids of Ukraine, and even better, we need to get them into an energy bridge and out of Ukraine, because we should be making the most of the skills that the rest of the world would love to have if they were able to tap them.
So should we ask for some German money to invest into nuclear stations outside of Germany in Ukraine?
I think where the money is sitting at the moment, obviously, is in small modular reactors, and obviously the technology that is in Ukraine at the moment is going to be suffering.
Could you perhaps just say a word to explain what an SMR, a small modular reactor, is? Because I'm not sure everybody's aware.
Yeah.
Because it's a big debate now in the nuclear industry.
So traditional nuclear plants are route master buses, and SMRs are like Ferraris. They're just small, they're fast, they're modular. So a classic EPR that we're building in the UK at the moment is 1.4 gigawatts. Costs about £10 billion to build before you start getting any money back. An SMR is a small modular reactor, usually around 200 megawatts, and you can build them side by side. You can factory fuel them, ship them to site. This is the future, and we have technology developers all around the world now who are really looking for somewhere to deploy these things, and they want to do it using their own money. And these things are cheap compared to nuclear. You know, we're seeing developers talking about a sort of €1 billion for a gigawatt of baseload power that runs 24/7. These things are incredible, and Ukraine has got the most amazing ecosystem to put them into. So it's exciting.
Exciting.
Can I just jump in? Yeah. While I agree with you about the importance of nuclear, I have a bit of a different view on the role of other renewable forms of energy. I mean, this country is now almost 50% renewable power.
If the wind's blowing.
Absolutely, but we can get there, right? It's not a small amount. And Ukraine has both wind and solar. And I think they can play an important role. They also obviously have, you know, hydro.
What you're saying is that Ukraine has a better solar potential than the UK? Surprising.
Marginally, yes.
Any country would have better potential.
Yeah. You know, I think these are other relevant areas to be thinking about.
Absolutely. So I'd like now to give the floor to the audience, because we have an extraordinary panel of highly competent, but there's so much competence in the room and experience. So do you have some questions or remarks or things you would like to discuss with the panel in terms of the green recovery? Yes, sir. Is this? I'll give you my microphone.
Yaroslav Petrov, Aster's law firm. Currently, I'm based in the UK, and I'm observe how UK is actually using its potential in renewables, and how it builds a regulatory framework and how projects are implemented. And specifically, I look how offshore wind projects and hydrogen projects are done. And what I can say, kind of, at the conference, big and large numbers of capacity has been announced, that potential is in Ukraine, in different technologies. Yes, it is true. But in order to build these projects, we need to, right now, start doing regulatory framework for this project. We think how to build supply chains, because I see now at this stage, for example, I'm based in Scotland, and they announced for the next 15 years massive investment into offshore, like almost 30 gigawatts of offshore wind. And yes, it is a good number. It means that Scotland will be growing. But they see now problems that with permitting is very slow. And then grid should be developed and built right now. And yes, you have a regulatory framework, which is good, which is also developing. But still, there are many, many problems. And right now, we have examples from other countries, which we need to take a lesson at the moment and consider it for Ukraine. And now it is a good time to do it. Thank you.
Marina, have you taken some notes? Because that's just the beginning of the shopping list that you would have to show to the government when you come back.
In one hand, we just try to fix the problem market in a wartime, and on the other hand, we develop. We are ready to implement a forced energy package. It's time needed, of course, but we have no choice to be a EU energy market hub or energy market player. not developed the regulatory. That is why let's do it step by step. We increase tariff during the war for population. It's very hard. It was very hard decision, and we just cut price caps. But it's only the starting of the process. The next step will be the next year, or maybe early. We just increase the tariff more, but we should consider the energy poverty in Ukraine. On the other hand, we always should think about our population and their needs. That is why we are trying to cut the tariff and make it in a market level, but step by step. We already had the decision. We'll do it.
Okay. Vitaly, you wanted to comment on that?
Yeah, I think many of this room know, but this is the other side of the problem. You have the market of generation and you have the market of consumption and or retail market in Ukraine. And so the problem, one of the biggest problems is that the Ukrainian electricity prices or tariffs have always been subsidized. So Ukrainians are not paying the market price for the electricity as you do in the UK for electricity, for heat, for what else? Well, petrol, what have you. This is one of the biggest problems, because the generators are not being paid the money that they're spending on their networks or on their generation assets. Again, until you fix this, your market is not really transparent and your market is not really liberalized.
Okay. Sergey, you were running a solar farm and a wind farm, and you managed to sell that to a Western investor. Why did they invest? And why did you decide to develop the business in this field?
Yeah, we've probably been the last company to close very successful deal with international investors. It was April 2021, just 1 year almost before the war started. It was a Qatar Investment Authority owned company, so government of Qatar acquired a majority stake in our business. We are very happy about that. Probably Qataris are not really happy now, but I think the major driver behind this decision was that they see a huge potential in Ukraine, so they are keeping calm. They wait until the situation would be resolved and they will come back to business. But what we are suffering together with my international partners, that I'm really having difficult times to explain them something about our legislation, about the changes in our legislation, about this non-performance with contractual base, and about those caps and subsidies to Ukrainian market. We don't have a market prices. This is actually a stoppage to any further investments. And if we want to arrive to $400 billion of investments in the next 27 years, this is a very ambitious plan. I wish half of it would be like this, but Ukraine attracted only 50 billion during previous 30 years. So we need to increase it by, by 6-7 times. This is ambition plan. And what I can see right now, this is our absorption capacity. Because I've been witnessing that couple of renewable assets have been built in one area in one summer. It was congestions everywhere. Before it was congestions in the legal offices. We don't have too much qualified pool of talent who is able to process just planning, contractual side, to process all the engineering. And I cannot imagine that we can increase our capacity 10 times immediately. It's very, very difficult. My solution, what I would suggest, just to allow European standards of construction, European rules and procedures to be implemented in parallel with Ukrainian legislation. Then we will have immediate access to a huge talent, pool talent. Otherwise, Western companies would not, they would not be able to comply with Ukrainian standards. They do not understand them. They are not wishing to go alongside them. So we need to comply to their standards immediately.
Well, that is the acquis. That is the EU acquis process.
Yes, probably. But we need just to make it gone. So it's decision. It's possible to work alongside those standards.
Absolutely. Another question.
Yeah. I reread the title of the panel discussion, which says green recovery and green transition. And the typical reaction in Ukraine is everybody talks about green energy. And I see a big and even widening gap of consciousness of Ukrainians. I'm living in Ukraine. And also in the industry that we have something like recycling. Nobody talks about that. We have difficulties to find places where we can recycle things as a citizen and as a company. So this energy topic takes so much space of the discussion that I have the impression that nobody has time to talk about anything else. And I would like to hear a little bit, maybe from this panel, if there's also some other activity in these other areas, because we continue to pollute our country with plastics, with metals that we don't reuse, paper. Do we have really a structure there, or are we planning to build something there?
Brilliant question. Thanks a lot. Anybody has the courage on the panel? Okay, you're taking all the harsh questions.
I've been passing through Poland, and in retail shops, they still sell you plastic bags. In Ukraine, we adopted a law which prohibits you from selling plastic bags in the supermarket, or you have to pay a hefty price on that plastic bag. So some things are being done. The problem is really the municipal waste sector. Because it's municipal. The tariffs for the municipal waste handling is established by the local self-government. As you may imagine, the tariffs are very low. So there's no incentive for the companies to sort the waste, to collect them, etc. So they are operating on a very thin margin. So that is the current problem. It's just the structure of the sector. So I think well, the changes are required to the waste law as to how the setting the tariffs was taking out of the energy regulators' hands and put into the hands of the local governments. So that's I think the fundamental problem, because they would like to keep the prices very low, the tariffs very low. So I think that needs to be fixed, and yeah, I'm sure there's energy efficiency topic, which is huge and underappreciated, I think. But again, with the adoption of the European standards, I think our standards in energy efficiency will have to grow. We adopted the law on energy efficiency in buildings, so every new building, a residential apartment building that will now be constructed, will have to apply and use the energy efficiency standards. There's a new law on energy audits, so you get a class for your building. Every conscious company in Ukraine has ordered an environmental and energy efficiency audit. So to say that I'm an A++ category of the building, or whatever the standard there are in the construction industry. A client of ours, and I think a client of EBRD's Dragon Capital, is rebuilding its own warehouses business to comply with the energy efficiency standards, and EBRD is giving money for that because it's a good cause. It's an environmentally friendly and energy efficiency business, installing solar panels on the roofs to provide the power to be self-sufficient, to provide the cooling and heating if required. So there are examples. I hear you. We are not the most advanced in this topic, but I also see some mishaps in other countries, and we are getting there. I think that's my message.
It is worth saying we work constantly with international supply chain, international investment clients who were increasingly caring about issues outside of climate in terms of sustainability, and that is partly driven by EU regulation. So regardless of accession, it's happening anyway, because you're not going to find a bank now that doesn't want to understand the biodiversity footprint and the waste footprint and the use of deforestation.
Taxonomy.
Exactly, in terms of providing providing debt, in terms of providing equity, and in terms of also just having the companies in their supply chain. So the push will happen. But I think Ukraine, as it approaches accession to the EU, is in a position to learn from what's happened to the countries that came before it. For example, a lot of the Bulgarian wind industry really suffered at challenges at EU level when they were halfway through development of projects, and then accession happened, and all of a sudden the sites hadn't been chosen taking into account the Birds Directive or the Habitats Directive, and things got slowed, and then a lot of investors turned their back on Bulgaria because they lost confidence, and I think Ukraine's in a great position to learn from those that have gone before it.
Thank you. There's a question over there.
Yes, hello, thank you very much. My name is Adrian Cantor. I'm attorney at law at the Paris bar. I'm involved in many reconstruction projects in the Zaporizhia Oblast. And you talked about like how to mitigate risk in energy sector and in the green transition, but there is one risk that you haven't talked about, and which is, I think, that quite obvious. It's kind of the elephant in the room, is Russia. So you talked about all these projects that could start if the war ends, but also maybe if the war continues, because the needs are right now. And when I go to Ukraine and to Zaporizhia, they don't wait for the war to end. They already started some reconstruction projects with some self-efficiency solar panels. But how would you mitigate this risk of having Russia as a neighbor, even if there is peace or not, because the war can last for many years and the project has to start right now? And also, I have one question for floating wind turbines. I think that it might be quite complicated in the Black Sea right now. So how would you see the wind turbine, floating wind turbine industry in Ukraine for the next decades, considering that the Black Sea might be quite a tough place to make a business and to have such projects? Thank you very much.
So on the first question, which is an easy one, a $1 billion question about how do you mitigate the Russian risk. Obviously, I mean, and this was discussed at length this week in the Ukraine Recovery Conference. First is winning the war to ensure that Ukraine is not bombed. But then the question is, what do you do now? And it's all the question of the war insurance. And there have been a few announcements this week. There have been a few progress. Actually, I was surprised to learn that a country that has made remarkable progress in that direction is actually France. Because they passed a legislation that actually provides coverage for war insurance through BPI, which is the equivalent of the French sovereign wealth funds. So congratulations on that. On the question of the floating, no, you want to comment on that?
So there is a lot of work being done for the past year by the insurance sector and the broader finance sector to create a custom fit-for-purpose product specifically tailored to the current needs of Ukraine. So that's kind of in the more immediate term. But when, you know, and that partly addresses your question in terms of kind of the broader risk, perceived risk of the international investor community. I think that now is the time to focus on the mechanisms, the infrastructure, that is the market infrastructure for Ukraine that will remove some of these levels of risk in the eyes of the international investor community. So one of the work streams that I've been involved in as part of my 20-hour work days was the proposal to build an international financial center in Kiev. So that's, you know, a structure that entails many layers of the mechanism to stimulate the flow of international investor capital. And that includes an international arbitration system where international investors will have the benefit of dealing with an international law judges. And it also entails intense work with the local capital markets to underpin the development of local capital markets in Ukraine, because it's not just international investors. What we need to galvanize is the broader equity investment culture in the country and stimulate for every citizen to see themselves as an integral part of the economy, and local exchanges, not the ones, completely working differently from what was done in the past, you know, local exchanges that are integrated with international exchanges, London Stock Exchange included, of course, that can stimulate the flow of kind of even dually listed propositions. So it's a broad-based effort that it's not going to be solved with just one, you know, solution. So it's work across all these directions.
Okay. Vitaly, you want to comment on that?
I think, by the way, investment center also assumes application of English law as the governing one, so I think that's the main one. But on your question, I think it's not only about war insurance; it's about being smarter with what projects do you go for. So, and being smarter, I mean, you don't build a 1 gigawatt nuclear power plant, another in Zaporizhia. You go about smaller power plants for smaller communities that can run and be independent. From grid blackouts, they can be off-grid, on-grid. For example, some gas-fired generation that we installed in Kyiv region. For example, the project that we are now doing in Bucha that will be run on hydrogen, with hydrogen storage, with green ammonia, and this will provide heating to the local community in Bucha. So it's trying to do something that another Russian missile will not hit your power plant, or having a number of sources of generation and heating that you can rely on. So I think that's what we can already do right now, and not wait until it's a small-scale pilot project. But imagine if you can multiply them in the most critical locations and throughout the country. You will not be relying on the power lines to take your power from Zaporizhia power plant to the west and back. So I think that's how you should go about new Ukrainian power system.
And it's actually very much aligned with the global dynamic that you see in emerging markets about decentralizing the energy supply. And we're seeing that throughout Asia, throughout Africa and the Middle East. So it's the same trend, but here for security reason. There's one topic we didn't cover at all, and I see that...
Floating wind turbines.
So
I don't know where's that coming from. We're not talking about floating wind turbines. I think the point was about that Ukraine has onshore wind industry, which is sometimes even better than UK onshore wind industry. And obviously floating wind turbines is the next step after we have any offshore wind turbines in the Black Sea. Which is a perspective, but obviously after we kick Russia out of the Black Sea.
Okay, we're talking about water. There's another big water subject we didn't address at all. It's hydro. Natalia, you are on the board of Ukridroenergo, so I'm sure you want to talk to us about water.
Yes, I'm non-exec member, independent member of the board of Ukridroenergo. For those that do not know our company, we are the largest hydro energy producer in the country. We are state-owned. We generated before the war around 8–9%, and after the full-scale invasion, around 9–10%. As of today, sadly, we are all known because of Kakhovka Dam and Kakhovka power plant. That was our hydroelectric power plant, and we were the operator of the dam. And I have a couple of points to make, and I think it's very important for me on every forum to make the point that dam and the power plant have not collapsed. It was intentional explosion done by the Russians, and I really want, to take all of you to take this point with you. And there are a couple of explanations for that. The first one, the dam was under Russian occupation for last 9 months. Russian troops actually mined the Kakhovka power plant from the outside 6 months ago, and were jeopardizing and saying publicly, blackmailing Ukrainians that they will blow it up any day. So, they didn't care about any consequences already. The dam has been built in that way that it could survive some type of a strike, and nuclear strike from the outside. So there is like no chance that the dam, could eventually, like be hit by the rocket that the Russian propaganda were saying. And the most importantly, now, today, the most recent images, satellite images, has been released. And what we are seeing from what remains from the dam, that it no way could have happened that something happened, in industrial or engineering structure of the dam. So it's like very important point to take away. And the last but not least, Russia has been targeting other dams on the Dnipro and Dniester River from the day one of the full-scale invasion. They shoot 30 rockets, at least targeting our objects and our dams, 10 power plants that we have all over Ukraine. In some cases, they were successful. So that's like the first very important point. I all want you to understand that Russia is immediate and a biggest threat to any rebuild and recovery of Ukraine. And I really like the question about, like green recovery and green transition. But if our energy system is not working and not generating energy, we won't be able to talk about any green recovery and green transition because we need to have actually our energy system working. The second very important point about war insurance. For some reasons, all of us are talking about the war insurance in terms of insuring the investment risks. But none of us are talking about the war insurance in terms of bringing contractors to Ukraine to do rebuild now. We at the company at the moment could not do some recovery and rebuild because our contractors, foreign contractors, would not come to the country because the insurance premiums that they have to pay are skyrocket. So for all Ukrainian industry, including energy industry, especially manufacturing industry and any others that require very complex engineering work or installation of equipment that require further, like operational maintenance and others, the war insurance in terms of not only the investor's risk, but also war insurance of equipment supply, the war insurance of workers and others is of a tremendous importance. And I really applaud the announcement that has been made at the conference, but I have not heard there.
Marina, have you taken some notes?
No, we are in touch. I mean,
3 billion.
Have you taken some notes here? Because that's a very important demand for the Ukraine government on its own and in partnership with the AFIs to ensure that indeed the insurance premium could be underwritten so that subcontractors can travel and work to Ukraine.
It's just like the only thing that we all need now, and for any further building of the new facilities and anything else. But the last point I make, and I will stop there, all what any Ukrainian business needs now, we need fighter jets, Patriots, and HIMARS, and the reason for that is that we need to have our sky closed. Because if the sky is not closed, we just can't rebuild. Because we will start rebuilding, and then it's destroyed on the way we are rebuilding it. So it should be a kind of a precondition that all of us, and I urge all the Ukrainian business that is speaking at any event, just to say it very loudly, that that's a precondition of our economy's recovery.
Thank you, Natalia. I fear it's going to be a bit difficult to continue the conversation after this intervention. That's why I gave her floor the last. So I know that I've seen a few additional questions and people raising hands, and I'm really, really sorry, but I would just kindly ask you to keep the questions for one-on-one with the panelists. And if the panelists, if you would mind staying 5 more minutes after we finish the session so that the people who have more questions to you will be able to discuss it. I think this has been a fascinating panel. We understand the extraordinary challenges, but I would also like to remind everyone that there is a very strong environmental consciousness in Ukraine, historically, and perhaps for a variety of reasons. It's a country that is very close to its land, but it's also perhaps the result of the Chernobyl catastrophe. But if you look at the opinion polls, there's always been a very high percentage of Ukrainians who really, really care about the protection of the environment. And I think we are now at a historical crossroad where there's a recovery, where there's an engagement with the international community and especially the European Union that will create a framework for a very different set of environmental standards and a huge opportunity of inflow of capital. And that is an historical opportunity, not just to rebuild, but to rebuild in a sustainable way. So thank you very much, everyone. I think we have a break now.
Amazing, absolutely amazing moderation. Thank you, Thomas. And thank you, panelists, for your contribution. Now we have a 15 minutes break, and then we will have quite an interesting summarizing panel for today. Hey, small technical announcements. There are glasses found in a women toilet. If you see some woman looking for glasses, tell her that I will leave it here on the desk. Dear guests, we encourage you to take your seats. Dear guests, please start taking your seats because management team is bringing others back to the room.
You've got to be stronger than that. It's my territory. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in 1 minute. If you could kindly take your seats, that would be very good. Thank you so much.
I can feel you were the
Okay, folks, let's go.
This panel will be moderated by Andrew Lickerman, Professor of Management Practice in Accounting and former Dean of London Business School. You definitely can feel that.
Thank you very much indeed. I know it's been a long day, but it's going to be worth it just to have this last panel here when we're bringing things together. If we're to start, thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to go straight on if we could, because if we can have some time for questions, that would be great afterwards, after you've heard the panelists. We've got 6 panelists, and I'm hoping we're going to get through them all and leave time for questions. So, to start off with, we're talking, just be absolutely clear, we're talking about the key insights for the post-war recovery, how to make this a success story. We are not a talking shop. We are here to think about action, about something getting done. And that is what everybody in this room wants to see. So, to start us off, I'm delighted to have Vladislav Rashkovan, from the International Money Fund, speaking, I think, in a personal capacity. Is that correct? In a personal capacity, just to get quite clear about this. Nevertheless, he obviously brings a huge wealth of experience and a background of deep knowledge in this area. So, if I may, over to you.
Should I speak from here? Yeah? Okay. Thanks for coming Friday evening. It's definitely not a conference, but a week of Ukraine in London. And clearly the first, thinking about this week, it's great that so many people, business, politicians, so engaged and passionate to discuss Ukraine, not only military part, which there are other platforms to discuss that, but really the economy and development. We are discussing also the conference, and clearly to make the dots, to make a bridge between the Lugano conference last year and the London conference now. I will try to very fast to reflect on this, but I have 10 questions open still about reconstruction, at least for me. I will not be able to do it, to tell you all 10 now in my smaller version, but I will try to do it with connection to the conferences. First, my first question is how much the reconstruction will cost. Despite the fact that we have a rapid damages assessment from World Bank, I don't want to go to that trap, because the rapid damages assessment clearly shows us what are the damages and losses, and this is with Kyiv School of Economics and World Bank. They estimate more or less as the losses of damages of today for $147 billion. This is only for the territory which we currently control and we can currently document. Losses about 30% of GDP. We can calculate what is the losses of the potential GDP in future. But in respect of damages, despite the fact that the World Bank now estimates for $111 billion, I think this is a wrong estimation, because first, the war is not finished yet, and clearly it will, unfortunately, there will be, the count is increasing. But the second is, the reconstruction is a function of our vision. And this is one of my first questions, is because neither in Lugano nor in London yet, the vision was not yet so clearly articulated. What we are going to build after the war. We have plans, but without yet a really very formulated, and what is more important, shared by elites and broader population, the vision. There is a process. The Ukraine is in the process of developing it, but it still will go there. The second question is about who and how much commits to provide money to Ukraine for Ukraine reconstruction. Again, I think we went a long path from Lugano last year to London now. I mean, it's not only about the IMF program for 15.6 billion. It's not only $115 billion which is committed by other donors. And by the way, the money of European Union, which they announced before this conference, is a part of 115 billion commitments, which was done already before. They just operationalized it, and thanks for that. But this is not for reconstruction. This is for budgetary support, which have been committed before. In respect of money for reconstruction, unfortunately, the commitments from the public sector are a little bit small, but even for that, we still need to provide enough projects to fulfill. This is very much important, and I think important thing, which I understood to the end of the conference at least, that we don't differentiate two important figures. One is what is needed for reconstruction, and many people say, I mean, because this is really for infrastructural rebuilding. Another thing is how to bring the private capital to Ukraine in order to boost the economy, in order to boost the productivity, bring foreign technologies, and unfortunately, even before the war, these amounts of money, these foreign direct investments, they were not coming to Ukraine, and we need to make sure that it will come. And this is not about reconstruction only, it's really about reforms in the country. The third topic is about still how to coordinate the work. You need to coordinate the work both in international partners and internally. We did again the long path from Lugano to here. We have G7 donor coordination platform. During the meeting in G7 in Hiroshima, they developed also the platform for coordination of development institutions. In London here, they agreed also to include also European DFIs. All of this is very welcoming. G7 platform had also a meeting during these days, during the conference. But still, it's more information sharing rather than coordination. Because if there would be more coordination, there would be more money and more projects already on the table. European Union now, with this 50 billion project, clearly they will request more planning, and therefore clearly they will be more integrated to this coordination now, but this is still as a result of the conference now and the time which we have now. The next element is what are the financial vehicles will be used for the reconstruction. During the conference, we discussed a lot the BlackRock fund. I mean, can it become a new KfW for Ukraine, which is one of the outcomes of the Marshall Plan in the past. And this is possible. I'm in favor to have more funds like BlackRock is planning to do. I mean, we already have several Ukrainian ones. But I mean, it's very clear again, when we speak about the second part, what I was saying about investment, this is where we'll need a lot of private capital. When we speak about reconstruction, I believe it still be a public capital, and this should come first, and the private capital will follow when they will see, some results. And in one of the panels now, it was, I think, very well articulated that even for private capital, we need to show several case studies, that they will be successful, and this would be a good signal for others to come. The fifth element, so I will not go to all others. The fifth question for me is how many houses have we built? How many kilometers of roads have we built? How many schools have we recovered? Because finally, this will be an important factor, not the coordination, not amount of money, not amount of the donors who committed and came now to say, you remember, we promised you money, we keep promising you, now our promises are still strong. But it would be nice to see money, but also important to have the houses, roads built, because finally we do it for our people. We need to make sure, we need to make everything possible to bring our people back as soon as possible, because as we know, several years of study abroad for our kids actually making them unreturnable. And this is the major loss for us will be not infrastructure, not the houses, but human capital in Ukraine. And I think this is where we need to work. How to do it, this is, I hope to hear what others heard during the conference. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Is this microphone working? Is it working okay? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Perhaps we can come back to the other five, potentially, if we've got time towards the end to hear a little bit more about what they are. Now I'd like to turn to a familiar figure already introduced during the day and has been very, very involved in this conference from the very start. Kyryla, can I go over to you as number 2?
Does it work? Oh, it does, just without light. Good. So I'll probably talk on 3 probably impressions, reflections, because our team of Center Economic Recovery was involved in preparing some parts of Lugano conference, and there was a big unclarity at that moment on when to start. Should we wait till the end of the war? I think 5 coordination platforms were presented at the moment. Like each and every organization suggested that we have a platform, we have a platform here and there. The last presenter said, you probably will be laughing, but we also have a platform. So this was circumstances a year ago. It wasn't clear where to get this money, and it was a concept that you need to support Ukraine not only with the military aid, but also with macro-financial aid, because we kind of double budget demands with this war. And now we have much more clarity. So the platform, it's already working. This G7 platform is meeting every month. Like military Rammstein, we have this platform meeting. I saw those people in physical, in body. So it was not clear. I even touched them. They exist, they do, from European Commission. I mean, those secretariats which will working on that platform. Then the concept that Ukraine will need macro-financial support, it's pretty strong, and you heard those pledges for 100 billion plus for macro-financial stabilizing of the budget, because years after the victory, Ukrainian budget will be not able to balance itself with any stretch of imagination, because before the war we had 80 billion governmental expenses and 200 billion GDP, and now we have 160 GDP and 115 probably. This will be the demand of our budget, so it doesn't balance at all. So second, my reflection is that despite there is much more clarity, and even with this announced facility, I will come back to that, it's also another part of the clarity, we still do not understand how we will grow our private capital, how we will grow our private sector. There were some announcements. So there was this ambition announced by the Minister of Economy, Deputy Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko, about let's get $1 trillion. It's super ambitious, super difficult to achieve, and I cannot confirm that we can achieve it like in 5 or 7, or even probably 10 years. But it's a good goal. We need to think of it because Ukraine has such potential. And Poland has now over 600 billion GDP. Turkey has over 800 billion. So our neighbors exist with high GDPs. Probably we can also do something with that. But there is no clear answer thanks to what. There are some concepts, ideas that it should be like energy sector as a product on its own. It should be agro sector, but we need to think also about economic complexity, the complexity of our economy, and for this we need to be integrated into value chains. And probably for this we need something extra. So we fight serious enemy. This is my third point, that we fight serious enemy. And we have a progress in minds of Western supporters that first they understood that they need to supply javelins and stingers. Then comes armored vehicles, then comes artillery. Now we speak on long-range missiles. By the way, thank you, British people, for your Storm Shadows. They are extremely good. Everybody likes it. Just, send us more. Now we're talking about F-16s, and Patriots are defending our cities, and they are excellent. We have proven that Russia literally has nothing to threat to NATO, actually. They have no ways to deliver their nuclear or whatever missiles. So it's a very important conclusion to the world, I guess. But in terms of economics, we also need the same approach. We fight a serious enemy, and we need serious support with opened, liberalized markets, with accession to EU, with you guys, you business, not being afraid of creating those value chains. Start from the border, start from the western border, 1 kilometer from the border, 2 kilometers from the western border, etc. You saw the presentation of Mr. Frank from Harvard, who said that investments are really sensitive to distances. So those 300 kilometers from the western border, you can build it already there. So my message is that US business, think, spread the word, talk to the government. Let's think what colossal, huge step we need to do in the rule of law, in reform of law enforcement agencies, in customs control, in tax inspections. We need to reform that and create business environment. We need to speak, we need to scream about it. It's not just some like book demand. It's not just a wish, it's a prerequisite, because when there was a national economic strategy developed on the platform of Center for Economic Recovery till 2030, and the goal of the strategy was a well-being of people. Now, and the goal was to double GDP for the well-being. Now, doubling GDP, tripling GDP, it's not a matter of well-being, it's a matter of balancing the budget, it's a matter of survivability of the country. So let's ask ourselves the questions, how can we really not maybe achieve like 1 trillion, but how can we double our GDP? How can we triple that? Let's think of that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. We've heard the macroeconomic side. We've moved to the national side. Now we go to the enterprise side. And Oliver Gerlich's here from Bayer. I know, Oliver, you have two particular things you might want to cover here, both in terms of the last couple of days, but also your own involvement in enterprise level. Over to you.
Correct. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about what to say. It's a summary panel, so I thought, let me summarize the last 2 days plus what I hear today. It started 2 days ago with very powerful messages. We had the governments standing on stage, all united. If Putin and his clan watched that, they must be afraid now, because the message was, we are united, you will not divide us, we have more money, we have more weapons, we have more power, you will not win this war. So that was a very powerful and important message, and I really liked it. What I liked also is that the governments are willing to invest, to support Ukraine in the recovery, and that was very clear. And I heard for 2 days, we need private investment, we need private investment, and we need private investment. Have you seen any private investor on stage? I haven't. So this point that somebody would say, hey, I brought a buddy from the business here, and he will tell us now what they need to invest in this country, really literally down, not on 10,000 meter flight height, but here down to earth, that is what I really was missing. And this is why I think that this day today is so important. We have to bring these loose ends together. So we have on one hand the governments, and they are willing to do that. And they are thinking about how can we do that, guarantees, yeah. I really like that the war guarantees that have been on the agenda, then taken off, now are on again. I hope that this really, this time goes through. We had the IFIs, and it's very important. They have a lot of money. I've never heard so much money. I cannot even, in my dreams, see so big mountains of money. But they don't know how to get it to the people that really need it. And then you have the companies who need it, and I really doubt that a lot of companies are very much aware, how can I get that money? And I'm not talking about a company like Bayer, like my company, that has people that specialize on it. We have a colleague in Washington who does nothing else than talking to IFC, MEGA, and you name it, all of them. I'm talking about our customers. I'm talking about a mid-sized farmer who has not done anything this year because he just doesn't know how to get the money for the inputs. And even though we are very flexible on payment terms and we support him, he has still other costs than only the inputs. He has to pay the salaries, he has to buy gasoline, he has to pay maintenance for his field equipment, etc. These people need the money. And now this magic triangle, government, IFIs or donors and customers and companies. This is what we have to get together, and this has not happened in the last 2 days. I think here we went from 10,000 meters by talking about it maybe to 2,000 meters. What has to happen in the next couple of weeks and months is to really get these loose ends together. And I'm very happy that, well, I mean, it's too long, but it's still a step. Next year it will be Germany who will organize the event. And I have already talked to our state secretary that I met. I have spoken to different ministries. They all agree on that, and I'm very happy that they apparently really want to listen to the industry, also in the way how to organize it, to make sure that this voice is heard during the conference. So that is something that I think is extremely important. But we cannot wait for a year. And we have to make sure that now, with getting out of this room in the next weeks and months, we get these loose ends connected so that the IFIs have interesting projects where they can invest the money, the companies have the money to really invest and to do what they have to do, and the governments hopefully follow up with war insurance and other instruments that they have in their hands. So that is rather this part on my summary of these last 3 days. Now, you all know the saying, do good things and talk about it. So Bayer is one of the companies that has invested during the wartime. We have a seeds plant in Ukraine since 2018, initially a $200 million investment. And we have, during the wartime last year, decided to start investing a total of 60 million. Phase 1 will be finalized this September, October. And then the second phase goes to 24, maybe 25. And yeah, we have done it without a war insurance. We have done it without any financial support because for us it just simply makes sense. We have looked at the numbers, we have made a business case, and the business case is positive, even with these risks. So for us it works. But again, we have, being a quite large corporate, we have the opportunity to take these kind of risks. Other companies don't. So That's why I'm saying, for those who are still thinking, should I not, I would say, go for it. The early bird really catches the worm. That's you will be ready when the war is over, or even before. You will have will be on ground. You will have the products available. I think that Ukraine, the government, but also people will recognize that you have been there, that you have taken that risk, that you are not fading out of the country, and that you have supported the country with creating jobs, with paying taxes, with investments. And that will be very, very important also on the very long run. And maybe for those who are hesitating now, Bayer is a very conservative company. If we do it, you can do it. So please go that way. And yeah, for the other companies that are smaller, don't have this financial background, are family owned, again, smaller companies, maybe we need to make sure that all these opportunities that have been displayed now for the last 3 days really get into their reach. And therefore, I think we have to set up kind of a transparency, and that was mentioned today too. Transparency is a very important topic here. Kind of a landscape. Look, here are these opportunities that come from the European Union, from the US, from USAID, from, again, you name them, and that people really get that hands-on information and then say, what they offer fits to what I need. Here's a phone number, I can call them, and then get these people together. Thank you.
Oliver, thank you very much indeed. Those are challenging words. I mean, my observation is that with the remarkable success in getting armaments from the rest of the world, the same, as it were, skills and the way in which this has been done deployed towards investment, I think, would be the right moment, as it were, to deploy. And you are clearly a very powerful advocate for this. So thank you very much.
I don't know if somebody told you thank you. Let me thank you for your braveness and for investment.
We now move to Natalia Otel-Belan. She was on the introductory panel this morning, so you will be familiar with her. Over to you, if I may.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the space and the floor to speak today. For those of you who heard from me today, I spoke about the fact that my organization, Center for International and Private Enterprise, we have a global mandate to specifically work with the small and medium enterprises in over 100 countries around the world. And I mentioned that in Ukraine, we have been working over 20 years, and to date, we have been engaging with over 200 business associations. The majority of them represent the interests of the small and medium enterprises. And we have engaged, we've been supporting these associations before the full-scale war, primarily for them to engage in articulating what the challenges for doing businesses are, and then putting together a business agenda, a national business agenda that articulates specific reform proposals to government to address those business barriers that SMEs in Ukraine face. Now, during the war, as I mentioned briefly in the opening remarks, these associations had to really pivot in a new direction, and many of them, the majority of them really have engaged in using the supply chains of their members, distribution logistics, to collect and distribute humanitarian aid. However, they did not stop at that. They continued, facing still a lot of difficulties in doing business, even despite showing a lot of resiliency, as we saw from the first presentation by the World Bank, is that the SMEs have showed remarkable resilience in the last 18 months. It has not been easy. However, I think part of the fact that SMEs have had that opportunity to change or shift supply chains, to relocate businesses, to really seek new markets, new customers, is the fact that they were able to tap into the tremendous resource that Ukraine has, which is the business association, a very, very vibrant business community industry and very vibrant community of business associations and chambers of commerce. And some of those organizations are in this room, and I really salute you for all of the hard work that you have been doing in the last few months. So despite the war, despite the challenge of handling humanitarian aid, setting up 9 humanitarian hubs that we supported all around the country, one humanitarian hub that functioned without stopping, even in Kharkiv, even during the occupation. They still provided some of the supplies to local communities. They still continue to engage in dialogue with government on addressing what are those challenges, the administrative barriers that the SMEs were facing, and continue to have that dialogue. They still managed to get some wins, some changes into the labor code, tax code, some of the procurement rules, some customs regulations have been reduced. And what they were telling to us is that, engaging in dialogue with government, in the last 30 years in Ukraine has been not easy. However, during the wartime, we have seen unprecedented openness from parliament, from many government authorities towards the voice of business, towards the business associations in Ukraine. And that's really tremendous to see that openness. Now, looking forward, some of the lessons that we as SAIP have observed, we have a history of over 40 years working globally, and we've observed, specifically the post-conflict reconstructions that, those reconstruction efforts that have not, let's say, succeeded versus those reconstruction efforts that have succeeded, we have seen a very strong local ownership, and specifically significant local ownership and engagement by the local business community. So here for Ukraine, it will be extremely important for the private sector to continue that dialogue, to continue coming together like here today, building those, coming together around a common set of priorities and common set of challenges, but also recommendations to various stakeholders, to development partners, to governments of what the private sector needs. And SMEs in particular have as we saw, as a separate set of challenges, what they need. So I see all of us here today, our role is really to support, to engage with business associations. If you're entrepreneurs, if you're business people from Ukraine, if you're not members of any associations, join your association. This is the best way for you to participate in how does, the questions that you hear, Oliver, right? You mentioned is like, what are the practical ways, right, of how private sector can get involved? So collective action, I think my colleague from the London Chamber of Commerce mentioned, and from the Liverpool Chamber of Commerce mentioned, collective action is this really, really effective tool that the private sector can use. And associations are really that amazing, amazing conduit of engagement, of public-private dialogue, effective private dialogue that focuses on systemic issues, focuses on those challenges. And, since Oliver, you also talked about, that the URC conference is really, was really high up here, making those extremely important commitments by development, finance institutions, development partners, governments. And, as you said, and others have observed that the voice of business was really not that visible. And I think this platform here today is really trying to articulate that, provide that platform, which is tremendous. But this dialogue needs to continue beyond London and not wait to Berlin or wherever the next conference will be. And really, all of us need to work together to support the associations in Ukraine, to support bilateral engagement or multilateral engagement between business communities in various countries on helping the Ukrainians identify the challenges they face, and not only at the national level. A lot of discussions at URC Week have been on, the importance of leveraging Ukraine's decentralization success. This has been one of the most successful reforms in Ukraine to date, and the private sector, the SMEs, have been hailing this as a very, very important development in Ukraine's democracy. So moving forward, putting that effort at the subnational level, working with the oblast level, building those bridges between the oblast level governments, the municipal governments with the local business, creating that open, transparent process of dialogue, of trust building, of formulating those common priorities for local economic reconstruction development plans. Priorities and specific ideas of implementation, and those can be extremely valuable roadmaps for the private sector to use in dialogue with the national government, with development partners, and other global supporters of Ukraine. Thank you.
Good, Natalia. Natalia, thank you very much indeed. I now turn to Anna, if I may, who was also, I think, involved in the introductory session this morning, so you'll be familiar with. Anna, can I hand over to you?
Thank you so much. Actually, after Natalia, I should not make anything. You made a very good job for me. I should just add, join the EBA and global business for Ukraine. But if to be serious, I would like to start from saying big thank you to London Business School, because I think that it's necessary to give a warm applause for warm hospitality here. I personally, I said to you during the lunchtime, I felt myself as a student here, and you reminded me that it's worthwhile to think about studying again, and maybe London Business School could be not a bad option, right? Yeah. At the same time, also, I would like to thank, actually, since it is a summarizing session, to those ones who are making this event possible, because I think that the teams who are behind the scene, but those ones who are making the event possible, like Center for Economic Recovery team, European Business Association team, London Chamber of Commerce, then Lviv Business School, London Business School. So basically, they are the ones who were doing everything possible together with partners to make this event a real success. So thank you very much to the teams who are working then day and night to meet us all together. Then building on the URC and summary, what can I say? I personally have some mixed feelings about this URC and everything which is going on. Because from one side, at the stage of big political events, we hear so many nice commitments and so many nice declarations and the promises. At the same time, when I'm talking personally to different businesses, I see that it is some sort of different parallel realities, because the requirements and the expectations and somehow the demands are a little bit of different. So that's why I found it very useful, actually, that we made this event today, because then private sector had the opportunity to speak up. And basically, it was really fascinating series of different insights from speakers, from panelists, and even moderators. And I think it was really very important to make the messages be heard. Then rereading the title of our panel, actually, how to make post-war recovery a success, I came across to certain things which I think it is necessary to make in order to be successful. The first, I think, in order to make ourselves successful, would be security. And I think in this respect, the call for action would be NATO. And this is something echoing what Natalia Mikulska was saying with regards to patriots, closing the sky, whatsoever. So this is one of the main things which is important for successful reconstruction of Ukraine. Without these security things, it will be very difficult to imagine proper, successful recovery. The second thing, which is also important, and I would think that it's even more important compared to political risks insurance, different war risks insurance, etc., is actually continuing making reforms. It was mentioned several times, many times actually, during a couple of days, and today repeated, that rule of law, transparent governance, somehow clear regulations would be the keys to success. And I think in this respect, integration of Ukraine to European Union would be a real value for that. In this respect, I guess coordination really matters. Call for action on this is actually to make business active. Obviously, government would need support. I mean, government of Ukraine and also European side. And it will be necessary somehow to act in coordinated way in order to bring this value to them, in order to help them to make integration process as smooth as possible, because this integration process can lay down the basis for successful reformation of the country. And I think the additional call for action, join the European Business Association, because on the basis of that group, you will be, on that community, you will be able to voice all those concerns and formulate different proposals to the government. And again, that will make the process more smooth and understandable. Next thing, which would be important, I guess, communication. Communication is the key, because what we have noticed, especially when the war started, when we are traveling all around the world, with our new mandate, Global Business for Ukraine, this is the new institution which is actually designed to create the network of international businesses for whom it is for whom it will be interesting to consider Ukraine as potential business destination. So basically with this mandate we are traveling around different countries, and we see that information about Ukraine is really limited. Everyone knows about war in Ukraine, corruption, crisis, but if you would go deeper, there is limited knowledge. And I think in this respect, we need to unite efforts in order to send the message across that there are also lots of resilient businesses, those ones who cope with challenges at the current stage, because all our around 1,000 member companies, they continue to operate on the market. 99% they are operational. And actually today here in the survey results of World Bank, it echoed very much what we have as our internal surveys and polls. Basically everybody in our institution, in our European Business Association actually continue to work in Ukraine. And moreover, 63%, as we have seen in the video, 63% of companies continue to invest, like Bayer, like Nestle, Philip Morris, and you name it. So basically, there are a number of firms who are still active with investments. So I think that the world needs to know that it's not only about corruption, crisis, and the war. It is also about opportunities in recovery. And I think that this is the call for action in this respect, is really work together so that to really make this message be heard on the global arena. And the final thing which I wanted to say with regards to successful recovery and what it requires, it's people. It was mentioned today already several times, but I think that it's really important to acknowledge that currently we have a deficit of people on the market. And this is really essential to bring our people back, but they will come back when security will be restored. And we are again back to square one from what I started. So basically the key prerequisite for successful recovery of Ukraine is security of the country. Thank you, I'll stop on this.
Thank you very much. So there's a list of 4. I'm sure you remember all of them. Okay, we'll see if we've got a few minutes at the end, if there's any you would like to add to that. Finally, can I just move to my colleague, Professor Rajesh Chandy, and you were kind enough to thank the London Business School more generally. Make no mistake, this is the man responsible for bringing us here today. So can I just ask for a round of applause? Rajesh, over to you.
Thank you, Andrew. I should commit, I never try to contradict Andrew on anything. He was our former dean, and as I'll get to, the reason we're all here in this particular room is in part because of a vision that Andrew laid out a few years ago. But on this one, I must say, I was not the person involved. In fact, Vlad, who's here, had the original vision. Approached our co-academic director, Elias. Tiago has been working tirelessly, leading on our behalf of the Wheeler Institute, and the entire team here, they've mostly been standing all day at the Wheeler Institute, who've been involved from our side. But crucially, the amazing cooperation and support and inspiration that our partners who've been mentioned before, who are listed here, have provided. So it's an actual a privilege. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And people coming together, you know, unity. Exactly. Now, I mentioned Andrew. It's so appropriate that Andrew's here as we sit here, because we're in we have a name for this room. It's the David and Molly Pyatt classroom. And it's one of the rooms we're very proud of. It actually is 2 rooms. that thing in the middle there comes down, and we only open this up for special occasions. Wow. So thank you for making this such a special occasion. Yeah. And I have to say, as I listen throughout the day, I'm just struck by a sense of history in the making. It just feels like such a privilege for us to be here, to be discussing these. I have 3 points of reflection, and we'll go to questions. Reflection 1 from the day is a quote I love about the future. And so much of this discussion has been about the future of Ukraine and of all of us in the world. And this quote is by the philosopher William Gibson, and it says, "The future is already here. It is just unevenly distributed." Some of you here are experiencing our future before we are. And by sharing our insights, by sharing our experiences, we're able to get a glimpse of what could be and what will be. We saw what could be. We saw the leapfrogging possibilities and reality around digital, around green, where businesses are going, skipping entire generations of technology, of ways of doing business, and innovating. We saw that. But we also saw the future in the sense of the resilience that, during COVID we all used to talk about, but in Ukraine it's just been one long and extraordinary period of difficulty that's showing that resilience. But I would say, not everybody around the world is as aware of the future that you're experiencing as you are. I was in Oslo last week and at an academic conference, and I happened to actually reached out and said hello and chatted with a colleague, a friend of mine. I've known her for years. She's a famous professor in a business school of Ukrainian origin. Her family's from Donbass. Her brother owned a factory, and in 2014 it was destroyed. He was a refugee. He went back and rebuilt the factory, and we know what happened. It was destroyed again. So I was talking to this friend of mine, and I said, hey, we're happen to be hosting with some others this conference. And she says to me, isn't it a bit early to be talking about recovery? Aren't there other more pressing concerns? You rightly mentioned, Anna, security and a few other things. You are witnessing a future about an economic possibility, a set of business possibilities, a set of livelihood possibilities, a set of opportunities that even those who are intimately involved or aware of Ukraine don't seem to be aware of. So part of our takeaway is to help tell this story that the world clearly doesn't entirely see. My second reflection is about problems. One of my favorite quotes, I teach entrepreneurship, among other things, on opportunity, is by the venture capitalist, the Silicon Valley venture capitalist, Vinod Khosla. And he says, every big problem is a big opportunity. If you do not have a big problem, you do not have a big opportunity. Nobody will pay you to solve a non-problem. Now, I think we could all agree there are big problems to be solved. But what I took away today are also the opportunities. I took away today the possibility to make a difference in the lives of many, within Ukraine and outside. I took away both problems and opportunities on access to finance. We talked at length about this. Access to skills. We perhaps should talk more about this. Access to information. Again, you have more information than many others do. And you know what happens with the so-called fog of war, where you are in a war situation. Sometimes your resilience also forces you to focus on the now and today, and it may restrict the access you have to information that you need to have. And this came up again and again, access to rules and a sense of a knowledge of transparency around rules. So problems implying, and this is why we were so thrilled, Vlad, when you first approached us, you know, the joy of being around business people is they're practical people. They often, the entrepreneurs especially, the innovators especially, see the problems as opportunities. And that takes me to my third point of reflection, which is about inspiration and innovation. People talk about role models, and we saw the role models whose stories need to be told around the world. But there are also negative role models. Yeah, those who can inspire us to say, I will never be like that person. I will never be like that country. I would never be like that society at that point in time. Yeah. I saw some glimpses of role models, positive and negative, inspiration, positive and negative. But then I also saw innovation. One of my favorite frameworks on innovation is I've been studying innovation for 30 years, and it turns out if you look across all major innovations, the secret to innovation is really quite simple. It's copy, edit, paste. You look for ideas somewhere else. It could be in a different sector, it could be in a different geography, it could be a different time period. The genius of innovation is in the ability to edit to your circumstances, your location, your period in time, your set of opportunities, and to implement. And I saw lots of opportunities for copy, edit, paste. So, you know, some of what we saw as problems, the challenge of skills and the awful process of migration, forced migration, so many have had to engage in being separated from their families and loved ones. And the fear of brain drain. Well, it turns out there's been lots of research on what happens when skilled people leave their countries for education, for occupations, and so on. In the successful cases, in the positive role model contexts, you have not brain drain, but brain circulation. It's where those smart people go out, are exposed to things to copy, to be inspired by. They may not necessarily live the rest of their lives back in Ukraine, but they have their feet in two worlds. They're comfortable in two worlds. They're open to possibilities and making the links between two worlds. And Ukraine, for awful reasons, very often, has had this extraordinary talent, 90% of whom are women and children. That's an exceptional opportunity to make use of that talent for the recovery, reconstruction of Ukraine. And I'll end with this. You know, one of the great privileges of being an academic is the ability to meet individuals at very formative periods in their lives when they're trying to decide what they want to do in their lives. And very often I meet with our alumni who say, oh, I've been working in London all this while, I'm debating what to do. Or, you know, I'm looking at which industry to pursue, which sector, which geography, and so on. And I've also met, we have a significant Ukrainian alumni group as well, some MPs, current MPs, it turns out, as well. And of course, opportunity matters. of course, people go where they think the greatest opportunities are. And by the way, if you want to see where the future is going, the other way to find out where the future is going is to see where young people are going, where the attraction is. And the attraction comes not just from a sense of opportunity, but in knowing that those opportunities are accessible to you. So as you work tirelessly toward the recovery of Ukraine, my plea to you would be, let's try and make sure that those opportunities appear and are given in a fair way. In a way where business is not just profiting, it is profiting, but not necessarily profiteering. Where opportunities are not just available to those who are well connected. Where the ordinary person, we saw SMEs, 99.97, I think, % of all Ukrainian businesses are SMEs. Yeah? They do not come to these events. They're too busy running them, staying resilient, and trying to create a livelihood for their employees and themselves. We have to remember their lives. We have to remember those who do not have access that you have, the privileges that you have. And let's create not just a successful Ukraine, but a fair Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Rajesh, thank you very, very much indeed. We've got a couple of minutes still to spare. If somebody's got something absolutely burning they want to say, preferably about the subject on the agenda, all right, put your hand up now. Sir, I'm looking at you. Okay, sure.
So my name's Chandeep. I've been a freelance web developer for the last 17 years, and I've recently set up my own web design and development business. What I think is a fundamental thing that touches upon so many of the points that you've raised is really that storytelling and sharing all of the small bits of good practice of working with Ukrainians. And I've been in an unfortunate position to work with Ukrainian web developers for the last 3.5 years. And they are some of the most honest, good at communicating people I've ever worked with. And I think ultimately what we need to do is have more case studies, have more of that knowledge sharing, because even people in my network, they think it's still just a war. They're not even thinking about other dimensions to that. So I think that's one aspect. And the more collaborations we can do with each other in terms of partnering and collaborating is also quite helpful. And I have other points too, but I'm a bit nervous. But I think the final point is there are opportunities to bridge a couple of these different topics together. So for example, the green recovery isn't an isolated topic, but green feeds into how we can make technology better. A lot of the websites that I make are carbon friendly. So if anyone knows in the room on how I might be able to set up a local presence in Ukraine of my company, that'd be great. Also, tapping into other people who I can employ as freelancers or other companies with design, development, marketing, or sales experience, I'd be very happy. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, I've got to stop. I promised I would stop at 4 o'clock, and I'm, sorry? Very important. In 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
From the time I took the microphone, okay? Thank you very much. I just want to mention that Vlad said the central government doesn't have the combined vision. Perhaps they're busy sustaining the war, so it's fine. But because of the vibrant civil community, because of the innovative Ukrainian mid-cap business, and there are a lot of Ukrainian businessmen sitting around this room, listening to what you are telling, getting inspired to use the opportunities. And we also have very good lawyers in the room and in Ukraine in general. And I understand it will be difficult to start recovering during the war. No matter will we get the security question resolved or not, but we will do that. and Germany obviously welcome to join us, because that would be a very interesting future. And Ukrainian business can also participate in recovery with Ukrainian lawyers, with Ukrainian civil societies, but of course, Germany is welcome. Thank you.
May I comment with 1 minute? Yeah, because
half a minute.
Half a minute.
Half a minute.
To be practical, I heard about this idea of the business compact. There is also Chamber of Commerce in US creates the association. We have EBA. I believe the proper way how to progress this, to go forward, is you need to start building as a business the consortiums. And I don't know if you're from the Chamber of Commerce? Yes, I am. Because I'm applying to you now, just saying, okay? Yeah. The issue is that you need to make a next step, and you need to start building from your members the consortiums, which will close the different elements of the value chain for reconstruction. You will attract the lawyers, also the people who will do the urban planning, the architects who are doing the glass, sand, concrete, the cement, who can do the prefabricated houses, roofs, windows, etc. When you build this kind of chamber, in Ukraine we have such a proverb, що разом і батька бити легше. Як це сказати англійською? Yeah, together. Okay. And therefore, if you come together, it would be easier to bring you also to that platform of the development financial institutions, because when you come one by one, it will be very difficult for them to respond. When you come to consortium and you can say, we are brave enough, like Bayer, what we can do this, we know what we can do it, because we already built up the relationship, trust, documentation around us, so we know how we can contribute each other. And with that, give us a project, finance the project. We'll organize these lawyers, will help. Lena will help with lawyers. And this is how we need to go. I mean, this is your proactivity, but also as a consortium. This is like banks are working in consortium. Thanks.
What is exciting about this session is how much energy there is in this room. Okay, it's quite clear we could have this discussion going on for quite a long time in many different aspects. I mean, we talked about the possibilities. You've had a panelist who talked about possibilities in many different ways. The opportunities involved here, the excitement, the potential. I feel it here in the room today. Thank you all for showing your commitment by coming here today. Thank you very much indeed.
I'll ask you all to remain seated, and you too, and that guy also, please. We will ask for half an hour of your time, but we will give you amazing stories back, and really inspiring things back. Because we've been thinking about, should we do some component of related to charity, to volunteering? We decided that we kind of don't want to, because there were so many events throughout the week where volunteering initiatives has shown what they do. So we decided that we want to show what business is doing to support Ukraine in these days. And we invited just 3 initiatives, just 3 amazing initiatives that will tell you what they do. It's not to advertise them or to fundraise to them at any extent. It's just to show an example, just to show this leadership. So 3 pitches, up to 10 minutes each. And for the first pitch, I will invite Dan Pasko from the first panel, so he could tell about his amazing project, Children of Heroes.
Well, by now, good evening. It's amazing to see that the whole room actually stayed. I was amazed to see the full room in the morning, and I'm even more amazed to see a full room right now. Thank you for staying. We will not take too much of your time. And thank you for not showing the presentation. It was a little bit a surprise to me, but I will do it without the presentation. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Well, you already know who I am and what I do from the first panel. But on the 24th of February, we all started doing something differently and something new. I personally was on a honeymoon with my wife in Bali. We just married on 11th of February. And when we woke up and learned on the news that Russia had attacked, our world changed. And since that moment, probably the worst week of my life started. First couple of days, first week, no sleep, only making sure that my team is safe, my family is safe, my portfolio companies are safe. In parallel, trying to find Starlinks, bulletproof vest, medical equipment all around the world. March 1st, I sat down meditating. I almost didn't sleep, so I tried to calm myself down. And in meditation, I realized that I have to focus on something because I'm trying to do so many things and I need to do something one which can be impactful. And out of this meditation, I went out with the realization that probably the people who are now being hurt the most and who are the most vulnerable are children where parents are getting killed. At that time, I didn't know how many there were and how many there will be. But this is a little bit personal to me since I lost a father when I was a child and I have two younger sisters. We were growing up like that, so I understood the challenges of those children which are growing up like that. So I went to my wife and I said, Tonya, I would like to start a charity which will help all those children who lost one or both parents due to this terrible aggression. She said yes. I went down the stairs, I saw my uncle. I said, Uncle, we will be doing that. He looked into his pockets. Somehow there was $100 there. He gave me $100 and said, I'll be your first donor. In half an hour, we had a Zoom call of Diligent Capital Partners where I had all my team on the call. And I said, guys, I know that each one of you, besides trying to work on our portfolio, is doing something else for the country. Why don't we do something together? And this is what I'm planning to do. If you want to join me, let's do it together. All of them joined, so 20 professionals. All of them became co-founders of Children of Hero. In the first couple of months, we were running it effectively as our fund, as a private equity fund, but this is a charity fund. As of today, Children of Heroes supports 5,200 children as of yesterday. 25 children are being added to our programs every day. We delivered a little less than $4 million of support to those families, and we plan to deliver another $7 million by the end of the year. We have 104 full-time employees, out of which 71 is family helpers. Family helpers are people who only take care of the children. Each one of them is in constant weekly and daily contact with 80 children in average to deliver our standardized support program, to understand what is happening in the family, to know the challenges of the family, and more importantly, in my view, to utilize resources of our organization to proactively help the family. So pretty much our help is divided into two parts. One is standardized support programs, and second, the little miracles which those family helpers are proactively doing for those families. So I will start with standardized support programs which we have. Our first goal is to, when the family is reaching out to us, our first goal is to stabilize them. We pay a little bit of money right away because most of them don't have enough resources just for basic food and clothes. So we pay $150 per child to every family who got in contact with us. And then we have 18 full-time psychologists. We need to stabilize them psychologically, so we provide 10 hours of work with a professional psychology, mostly to teach the mother how to talk to a child and how to explain to the child what happened with the father, or if the father survived, how to explain what happened with the mother. If the grandparents survived, how to explain what happened to the parents. Through these 10 first hours, the goal of the psychologist is to understand the situation in the family deeper and to understand what else is needed. Most families after those 10 hours are stable, but there is a category of families which are not stable. And for those families, we send them to third-party professional support programs which help them stabilize further. And so far, we sent almost 500 children to psychological rehabilitation camps with various partners for deep stabilization. Second, financial support. We delivered over $1 million directly to the families who need it. And once family helper starts to work with the family, they assess the financial status of the family, because part of the families receive government pension for the lost warrior. In our cases, a little more than 20% of them had received so far. So that's the fourth category. And the first two categories, which live on less than $500 per month, both the mother and the child, or the father and the child, which is a little more than $10 per day. For them, we deliver most of our financial support directly to the family, so they can buy food, clothes, pay for electricity, pay for gas. So far we delivered more than $1 million directly to those families. Third program, education. What we understood is that in many cases, the family, the child, or in some cases 2, 3 children, they don't have a device to study remotely. And considering that some of them are displaced, in some cases schools are closed, if they don't have a device to study remotely, all they can do is take a phone from her mother and try to study on the phone of the mother. We delivered 800 devices so far, and we plan to deliver another 600 devices, either tablets or notebooks, by the end of the year, so they can study remotely. Once they have the device, we'll link them to additional educational programs: languages, programming, art therapy, MBA for kids, etc. Healthcare support. We funded directly almost 100 cases where there was additional healthcare help needed. So operation, evacuation, some cases, where the father is dead and the mother has cancer, so we have to pay for her drugs. We insured 600 families completely to fully pay for their medical, mostly the pills and everything else if they get sick. Those were the most vulnerable families, we got them insured. So that's the healthcare program we are having. By the end of the summer, we will send more than 1,500 children to summer camps. We found out that that's the best way for them to focus on something else, find friends, and be positive in their lives. So those are the examples of standardized programs which we have. Non-standardized programs. I will give you just a couple of examples of miracles which the family helpers did for their children. Vadim, his father was killed. His father was a soldier. He was dreaming of becoming a soldier. He was 15. He was dreaming of entering Kyiv Military Academy. The family helper, Andriy, realized that, found a sponsor in the United States, contacted Texas Military Academy, found a sponsor for the Texas Military Academy, full coverage, scholarship to get educated there. We sponsored the family going to Warsaw to get American visa. They were denied American visa. American embassy didn't believe that they have funding to go there. They stayed in Warsaw. The family helper reached out, Ukrainian ambassador. The academy reached out to congressman. 1 week, second week, they already went back home. In 5 days, they receive a visa. And now he just graduated. We have pictures on Facebook of him receiving his graduation. First example of a family helper using our resources to proactively help. Second example, Andriy, his family was blown up on a mine when they were evacuating from Chernihiv. The mother died, his legs were wounded, he needed operation, family helper. Found a clinic in Stockholm. We paid for logistics, evacuating him to Stockholm. Found a place for them to live. The father was in a state of shock, couldn't pretty much make a decision, so he was also managing the father, found a place for them to live, did the operation. 1 day, second day, turns out the operation didn't go well. There is a risk of amputation. Family helper takes the medical records, starts sending to all the doctors he knew. One of the doctors in Belgium looks at the record, says there probably was a mistake in the operation, we need to operate the child again. He is picking them up, evacuating to Belgium, doing a second operation. Andriy's legs are safe and he is walking again. Those are just, I can give you one more example. Eldar. Every week on Thursday we have a helpers call. All the helpers call in on a Zoom call and they tell their status, successes, failures, and I listen to those calls. That's an hour per week, which I'm crying, mostly because I feel happy that we make their lives a little bit better. So one of the family helpers says that there is a child, Eldar, his father was killed half a year ago, his mother just died from cancer. So he's alone. I ask the helper who is with the child, a godmother. Can I have the phone of the godmother? I'm calling the godmother myself, introduce myself, asking how is Eldar doing, and asking what is he passionate about. And the godmother tells me a story that she's a bit worried because he only dreams about football. He doesn't want to study, he only thinks about football, and in fact, on Sunday they're going to Lviv for a football academy, which is an academy where the children live and play, and he only thinks about getting into this academy. Okay, I hang up the phone, I'm thinking, how can I help Eldar? There is one prominent football player which is helping our organization. So I text this football player, hey, this is the situation. Can you sign a ball for Eldar? Because I think that would help him. He calls me right away. He says, well, okay, where should I send the ball? And I don't even know the address. We have thousands of children. The only thing I can say is that, well, I don't know the address right now, but he's going on Sunday to Lviv for this football academy for him to try out, and he hopes that they will get admitted. I said, okay, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, the director of the football academy calls me. He says, well, this football player called me, Eldar has accepted, he can come, and he still studies and plays football. So these are just examples. These are just cases, and then we have hundreds and thousands of them where those family helpers are doing miracles for those families and those children. I think with that I will stop. For me, no, I will conclude with saying that over the course of this year, I think my biggest discovery, and I've never been in charity, I actually, in some even cases, I thought that charity is not effective. I thought that business can solve everything for some reason. But over the course of this year, my biggest discovery was that when you're helping someone else, you're actually helping yourself, even more than you help anyone else. For me, without this project, without this feedback, I think this year would have been even more horrible. And this project gave light, gave hope, and gave positive emotions, which we all need. Thank you very much.
I don't know how Duncan speaks so calm about these cases. Another great example, we have a team, we have two people here, Andriy Stavnitzer and Olga Rudneva, founder and CEO of the great project Superhumans Center. And please guys, the floor is yours, 10 minutes, as I promised to the audience. You can sit, you can walk, you can do anything you want.
We can dance, right? My name is Olga.
Yes. My name is Andrei.
Andrei is my partner.
Partner in crime.
A year ago, at this exact time, we only had an idea. We had an idea to do a center in Ukraine, prosthetic center. That's how we saw that. And a year later, today, we have it operating full scale in Lviv, and we are discharging patients on a daily basis. What is behind the whole idea and why we put it all our lives that we had before on full stop? I was raised in the context of the World War II, and my grandma kept telling me all my childhood that the war is horrible, but trust me, the worst comes after the war. She kept telling me all my childhood that the worst comes after the war. And I was a child. I never thought that war is going to happen to me. And I was asking why. And she kept telling me, Olga, you will see a lot of people with disabilities on the streets, people without limbs. You will see less and less men on the streets. So that's going to be the worst time ever. When the war started, we thought that it could be a picture of Ukraine. So we thought that we want to change the picture of Ukraine after the war. We want the same people on the street, but not victims of war, because we strongly believe in our team that in this country there is no victims of war. Every person who went on the front lines did it consciously. Every person who stayed in their homes under shelling did that consciously. So we don't believe in victims of war in Ukraine. So we want to see the same people on the streets, but having cool prostheses. We want to see people on the streets not with the wounds, but with the scars, because you can live with the scars. And we want these people to share the stories of the war.
And this is actually how we came up with the idea of the name of the center. because we realized that in Ukrainian or in Russian language, there is no positive connotation for a person with disabilities. It's all pretty negative. It's either limited or et cetera, et cetera. So we thought we don't want people to wear a prosthetics that looks like a normal arm and pretend it's the yellowish average arm as everybody would have. We want them to wear bionic arms, bionic legs, and be proud of it and not to hide it. And we keep telling them that you guys can be faster than normal humans. You can be stronger than normal humans. So you are actually superhumans. And then we reached out to the guys who own the domain www.superhumans.com, and we said, can you sell us the name? And they said, sure, it's $60,000. So we send them the presentation, and the next day they come back and say, you can have it for $5, no problem. And right now, when we walk anywhere in Europe or elsewhere in the world, we see a person with prosthetics, we see a lot of them. And we always reach out, and people are extremely proud. They keep telling us, okay, this is the new model. It comes from Ottobock, it comes from Open Bionics. It can do this, it can do that. And what we are doing is we're bringing the expertise into the country that did not exist in Ukraine. It's a massive job. It's not just building a hospital or building walls or production facility. It's bringing people, it's bringing knowledge, it's bringing expertise, it's bringing protocols, and implementing that into the Ukrainian healthcare system. We right now have more than 20,000 people waiting for prosthetics after 18 months alone. So with this counteroffensive, it's going to be even more. And before the war, I was thinking that $1 million is a lot of money. Now I understand that $1 million is only 50 patients to receive prosthetics.
So what we actually do, we provide the full service. We are starting with psychological support, because anyone who lost a limb, they need to be prepared for the changes in their body. Then we do prosthetics, and then we do rehabilitation. You would be surprised to find out that 65% of those people who got their prostheses never wear them, because no one taught them how to walk and how to operate with their hands. So we do that. And surprisingly, we find out one day that people, even if you teach them how to walk, they could stay at home, because surprisingly, no one needs a leg. No one needs an arm. You need a leg to take you somewhere. You need an arm to make a proposal, to cook food. So we basically start extending our service to change the role of our patients. And we are trying to teach them to be IT specialists, to be rehabilitologists, to be prosthetists, and to be psychologists. We have 4 our patients who are staying with us as members of our team. One is Ruslana. She's 19 years old. She lost her leg. It's above the knee amputation. And once I walked into the room, and she was wearing her prosthesis for the first time, and she was crying. And I thought that something went wrong. And I was like, Ruslana, do you feel pain? Is it uncomfortable? And she said to me, you will not believe. I'm crying because for the first time in the 6 months I see both of my shoes. And I feel normal.
And we try to take only those people who are ready to work hard to rehabilitate, because we don't take governmental money, we use donations. We have to make sure that the person who is enrolled in our program is ready, is prepared to work hard mentally, psychologically, physiologically, to get verticalized. A good example of what Olga is saying is that you don't need legs just to have legs. You need legs to go somewhere. So we have 2 patients with very, very similar trauma. One of them got up on his prosthetics after 2 weeks, and he is already running. The other one we still cannot verticalize after 5 weeks. So we come and try to check what is happening. We talk to his rehabilitologist, and we say, okay, what is the trick? And it's very simple. This guy has a baby coming up in 2 months. He promised to himself he's going to hold the baby on his 2 legs straight, and he's ready to work hard. And the other guy is not that motivated. So our job is to find this motivation, to get these people up and running, to work hard together with us, and to release as many patients as possible.
Yeah, we started with rehabilitating people to their goals, because we ask the patient what he or she wants to do afterwards. If he or she wants to run a marathon, we will bring him or her to this point. If they want to have a baby, that's another goal. So we are bringing people to their goals. But at a certain point, we realize that dreams are more important than goals. Dreams can take you further, and they are bringing you great dynamic. And we realized that after talking to this patient who is expecting a baby. So now we are rehabilitating our patients to the goals. And the goal of our medical director is for our patients to live superhuman center with abilities better than they have before the trauma. Better than they had before the trauma, and it's possible.
And just to give you a flavor of how complex and difficult our job is, we have a patient, she's 56 years old. She was in a bus which was shelled by the Russian soldiers, if you can call them soldiers. And the bus was burning, and her son dragged her out of the bus. She lost a leg, and she had a lot of burns. So we waited for her burns to heal up, and then it was difficult to install prosthetics to her. So we sent her to Germany, and they couldn't do it too, because she was in pain. She came back, and she started talking to our medical director, Andrei Vilensky. And he realized the problem is not physiological, it's psychological. So he sent her to our psychology team. They talked to her, and they realized that she has a diagnosis. I keep forgetting it. What is the name?
Psychogenic pain.
Psychogenic pain, thank you. Psychogenic pain. After 3 days, she's on prosthetics, she's up and running, no problem. The trick was that she was afraid, subconsciously, that if she will be treated and she will be cured, she would have to go back home, and the home is not there. It doesn't exist. She doesn't have a place to go. So her body, subconsciously, was protesting, and she was really feeling real pain. So after they fixed it, she is up and running. We employed her. She is now working in a it's not
rehabilitation center, not in our,
center,
but in
another one. So this is our goal. We try to fix people, and we try to integrate them into companies, into businesses, be it IT or agri or whatever, and then we try to accommodate them. We follow up on this because these people are heavily traumatized psychologically, so they're not easily integrated into any company. We work with the HR department to facilitate them how to handle these people, and after a few months, we finally release them. So this is the goal of Superhumans.
So where we are right now, we opened in the mid of April the state-of-the-art prosthetic lab in Lviv, rehabilitation center and psychological department. We work as multidisciplinary team, and we trained our specialists as a specialist for the rest of Ukraine to do ergotherapy, to do occupational therapy, and to do hydrotherapy. Right now, we are reconstructing 9-floor buildings because we're going to open surgery rooms and inpatient department, and we're going to move to reconstructive surgery. We're going to bring the best international experience into Ukraine to do reconstructive surgery, because people who lost their faces, they basically lost their identity and they can't leave their apartments. We are building educational center where we're going to train psychologists, rehabilitologists, and prosthetists, because we have a huge lack of specialists in Ukraine, especially when we are talking about such a high demand.
These people are not going to only work for us. We're training them for the whole country.
For the rest of Ukraine. Yeah, absolutely. And when we are building educational center for our patients to change their roles. The next step, we are moving to Kharkiv. Everyone call us crazy, but we're going to announce new location for Superhuman Center in Kharkiv in September. A year ago, everybody told us that we are absolutely crazy to build something in Ukraine during the war times. We said we're going to do that. We built it in 3.5 months. Now everyone keeps telling us we are absolutely crazy to do it in Kharkiv, and we said that we're going to do that.
And we learned from our Israeli colleagues. So a big part of the Kharkiv Center will be underground, that people would not have to run back and forth into the shelter. And every time we hear from somebody who is saying that, look guys, are you crazy? You're building something in the middle of war. It can be destroyed. It can be demolished. And we keep telling them it gives people hope, because we believe it's going to be over soon, and we have to prepare for that, because unfortunately, my opinion is that the worst is yet to come. So war is pretty straightforward. It's horrible, but it's straightforward. And the consequences, the aftermath of war, is going to be traumatic. So the faster we start preparing, the less consequences we're gonna face. And while doing this, we give people hope. We tell them we believe in our victory. We're building something. We're investing our own money. We're attracting other money. And hope, as we all know, is probably the most important part of winning the war. And I like this example of very short. I like this example of an experiment with mice. British scientists, of course, would put a few mice into a jar of water, and they would measure the time when the mice would drown. That would be approximately 15 minutes. So the next group of mice, they put in and they take them out just 13 minutes after, so 2 minutes before they would drown. They would give them a little bit of food, a little bit of time to rest, and then they would put them back. Can you guess how long they would last on the second try? Anybody? No? No? 60 hours. Because they knew they have hope, they will be rescued. They knew that they already were rescued once, so they'll be rescued again, and the hope was giving them so much power to continue. And I think really what we give to the people, not only technology and protocols and new legs, but we give them hope, and this is impossible to measure.
I think this is it. Yep.
What Andrew did not mention is that actually he is a businessman. He's the operator of the, he's the operator of the biggest, I think, terminal port operator, logistic company, so like very famous for that. So he's not, was like born to be a volunteer or something like that. So the final presentation for today, Natalia Yemchenko, she's public relations director in one of our biggest companies in Ukraine, System Capital Management. And you have the slides, right?
I do. Actually, I'm surprised. I was sure that everybody would have the slides.
Dan had, but it was some miscommunication. Okay. He was also supposed to be with his colleague, but I think he was presenting great even without the slides. We'll send them all to you via the email.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, all. It's always a big pleasure to be the last one. I will try to be short. As Kirill said, I do represent the big, structured, industrial, mainly business. But we are, as a business and as a business group, we are actually quite, for a long time in a charity, and I'm responsible for the charity direction from 2014, because for us, this war started in 2014, literally. I'm from Donetsk. I was born in Donetsk. I grew up in Donetsk. I made my first education, my first profession, my first higher education in Donetsk. I was married in Donetsk, delivered first 3 kids in Donetsk. Everything was connected with Donetsk, and definitely my job was over there. So in 2014, we experienced the real war for the first time. And in 2014, we started the huge humanitarian mission in Renata Akhmetov Foundation. This mission never stopped, so we are very experienced and structured. This is why our presentation would be a little bit business-like. Sorry for that. But I will try to do it a little bit. I will try, yeah. So I will spend just a minute and a half to explain who we are. So we have more or less, before war, 400 companies employing in Ukraine 200,000 people. At the moment, 15,000 of our employees are on the front line. It means that we would hopefully re-employing them back after the victory, and reintegration of veterans is one of our biggest topics. So we will come back to that. Before the war, we were responsible for something like 4% of Ukrainian GDP, 5.2% of taxes, and more or less 10% of all capex. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we deliver like 1 billion hryvnias already, almost 6 billion hryvnias already, solely as a donation. So it's not about investments. I don't know. We are owners of the tech companies, so money which we need to rebuild and mend our grids is not here. Definitely, so it's only charity, like our charity investments. And for the first moment of our existence, for the first time in our history as a business, we are not focused on business as a business this year. So the whole year, what we focus in is our input to the victory. And, you know, so 6 main initiatives. Renat Akhmetov Foundation, its humanitarian mission. Museum of Civilian Voices, its commemoration, very important part. We created already the huge archive of testimonials of civilians who experienced this war. It's the biggest archive in the world from the point of view of this war, and second by size after Shah Foundation and Yad Vashem. So we have more than 70,000 testimonials from particular people. We have Steel Front, it's a huge military initiative. Mainly we produce already all that we donate to the, our army, for example, life vests or these capsules, like which named by our military guys Kryivka. It's steel capsules which save lives of our soldiers on the front line. Almost all you know, front line near Bakhmut is equipped by these 200 such kind of capsules, for each of them for 12 people, is on front line. We have a big initiative, Mariupol Reborn. Only this year we invest $1.5 million in this initiative, and it's exactly about creating a Marshall Plan for the occupied Mariupol. And we do believe that it's very right time to do that right now. Why? Because first of all, it's a long process, and we will create something like case how we did it. We do a lot of job. If somebody of you would like to see how we do it, I will be happy to share. But actually, there are some stuff which you could join even right now. And we have very special stuff. It is not really public, saving lives. So we big industrial business. We have a lot of big industrial partners in Europe. We have 2 steel plants in Italy. We have steel plants here in UK. We have steel plants in Bulgaria. We have coal mine in US. I mean, we are huge. And our partners comes to us with a question how they could donate and how they could do something particular in Ukraine. And we created special mechanism for them because, you know, trust is a key. Actually, I could say that trust is something which, you know, shape, you know, our future. Not only now, before victory, but mainly after the victory. The whole reconstruction stuff would definitely depend on trust. So I will tell you three particular cases which are okay to join. Just, you know, as far as I was told that it's something like a pitch. The very first is Mariupol Reborn. There are partners. We started it in August 2022. And we started it because we have very deep connections with Mariupol civilians from Mariupol in different cities. So we have direct day-to-day contacts with something like 60,000 Mariupol people in Ukraine. You know that before the war it was 500,000 people. We don't know a particular number of people who died, but we do know that now in Ukraine like 200,000 of them. And in August, in our monthly research, for the first time they said that they need a hope. They would like to see the future. They would like to understand what they should do. And we asked them very particularly whether do they think that we need to start to discuss with them what is the future of Mariupol, how it should be rebuilt, etc. And we received almost 80% of answers that yes, it's right time. It was almost a year ago. And actually it's you know, something like my answer to Dan, who said that people need hope. Yeah, people need hope. Actually, hope is crucial right now for all of us, hope and picture of the future, to stay strong, to stay resilient, to stay effective, and to fight. So there are two particular ways to join Mariupol Reborn right now. The very first way is to become a part of developing concepts of 10 main objects in Mariupol after the liberation, starting from memorial complex on the place of drum theater and finishing with new railway station. So we are in the process of conceptualization with big architectural names I mean, worldwide. So if you are interested in, be part of such kind of projects, we will announce it at the end of June. Please, you are more than welcomed. And it's actually how the whole process looks like. We have very big partnership with USAID, with World Bank, with EBRD. We have amazing 4 concepts of like architectural vision. We will present it at 28th of June in Lviv on Reconstruction Forum. And these concepts are, it's so interesting. We hired 4 different teams of 4 different architectures and urbanists. All of them start to discuss, some ideas with people and come back to us with 4 different concepts. 60% of these concepts are like very the same, and 40% are very different. And now we're on the very beginning of really interesting discussion. We agreed with these 4 teams that we will bring them together, and we will bring them together to create one joint concept with some intervention of different ideas. It's amazing, it's so beautiful. I mean, when you see on the visualization of New Mariupol, and when you see how this dream and hope became reality, you feel, first of all, absolutely, I'm absolutely sure that Mariupol will be deliberated, and I'm absolutely sure that we will rebuild Mariupol not in a way how it was, but in absolutely new way, with very deep participation of the people. But right now, we have, with Mariupol people, we have a problem, housing is the main one, a lot of problems, but housing is the main one. And we developed a pilot. This pilot is already implemented in Dnipropetrovsk and Dnipro, so you could come and see. We asked from Ministry of Education dormitory, which was not occupied. We invest in renovating of this dormitory and in adopting it for like a social temporary apartments for 150 people with co-working, with special space for kids, with sharing like something like living rooms, etc. It's amazingly good. French ambassador come to this dormitory, see it, and now we have the second project, totally financed by French government via International Organization of Migration, and it's like almost 8 million euros of donation for almost 1,000 people, so even more. In Dnipro. This second dormitory, and it's dormitory of one of the universities. It's empty right now. Ministry of Education do not need it. We rent it for €1 a year or for $1 a year until the end of the war, plus 3 years. And then we will bring this dormitory after reconstruction back. So universities will receive, after war will finish. Yeah, I'm absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. University will receive these dormitories after the war, after the end of the war, fully reconstructed. I mean, it actually looks like not bad than European dormitories, probably even better, and fully equipped. And now we have a commitment from USAID and a couple of other partners for the third turn in Ivano-Frankivsk, Kremenchuk, and Zaporizhia. So it's another one big project. Actually, for example, we have a number of international partners over here. For example, GROE is a partner, and the GROE deliver all this stuff for, like, I don't know, yeah, absolutely, thank you, and etc. So the project is amazing. You can come and see how people without any, hope for normal quality of life receive it, and not just, and mainly it's women and kids. And you never will see such a concentration of kids who really enjoy the life. I mean, it's amazing. Heard of Azovstal? As you know, in the very middle of January, we own a football club, Shakhtar. It's really important. So we sell one of our players, Mikhail Mudrik, to Chelsea for $100 million. And our UBO decided to allocate 1/4 of this amount, $25 million, in a special project to support defenders of Mariupol. as far as, why Mariupol, by the way? Probably you don't know, we are owners of Azovstal and Ilyich. So 2 huge steel giants which were destroyed and now are occupied. And we feel, you know, this duty to help people who defended Mariupol for 86 days, to support them. We don't, actually, nobody knows exact number of people who were involved in this defense, but we know that it's more or less 12,000 people. And we start a special project. I don't want to deep you inside of all details. The main idea very similar to what Ola and Andrei said. The main idea is that the amount of veterans in our society will bring us to the new concept. We should become a veteran-centric society. We should become a society which not try to bring veterans to some normal society. We should become a society which integrate, which do understand the value of veterans and which, you know, see the economic value of veterans. You know that in US, reintegration of veterans is a huge problem. So we involve a lot of big veteran organizations of US on board and create the program. And, you know, we start our program activity in April, so we are in the very beginning. So it's about Mudrik. So we have 6 directions. Actually, they are quite easy. It's health, so it's very close to what Ola and Andrei do. We, in very, very deep, so we do not create our own capacities. We partner with all organizations in Ukraine who could give us this expertise. For example, for kids whose parents died, we cooperate with organization of them. And for prosthetics, we cooperate with different prosthetic organizations. Our main partner is Protest Hub, which creates not only like association or society of all doctors who focus on prosthetics, but also knowledge base. And we are a partner of this knowledge base. It's very cool, like seriality, both for doctors and for patients, how, you know, all this prosthetic industry works and how they should, what they should know, how they should behave. It's about families, because families are crucial. Actually, the American experience told us that we should work not only with veterans, but mainly with their families, because families not prepared at all, first of all, and second, they are the main, they are the main therapists, actually. So we have legal support, we have sport. It's very important for veterans. It's big separate story. We have a story connected with the future, and future is about reintegration. I just would like to ask you to remember this word, reintegration of veterans, and 4 pillars. Reintegration in families, it's extremely important. Reintegration in communities, and actually America believes that veterans should be reintegrated in small cities, not big ones. Big cities are not really good for people with new traumatic experience. Reintegration on the workforce and reintegration in, you know, new friendship. If you would like to know more, or if you have any ideas how we could cooperate, this is a QR code and the name of the leader of this project, Ksenia Sukhova. And the last project you probably would like to know a little bit more about. It's saving lives. It's very simple. We are, as a business in Ukraine, are ready to create for you, for your businesses, for your corporations, special programs with joint financing. For example, you will bring $1, we will double it, and we will do something in what you believe. Food security, we are ready. Prosthetics, we are ready. Mental health, we have a joint project with Global Compact, UN Global Compact, so we are ready. Our idea is like this. Big business would like to see the result. Big business time to time knows in what particular spheres they would like, European big business. It would like to help. We could be your partners, like a corporate foundation. Your partner, more than then, we will double or triple your money. And this is, we have 200 companies mainly industrial, as far as we are industrial business, with whom we do such kind of stuff. It's very effective. It's not very public because it's not for publicity. It's for our international peers. And it's examples, how it works. And it's QR code. And Yulia Ryachovskaya, the person who will be happy to sit with you and to think how we could do more together. Thank you.
We have a special request. I think Vlad was inspired so much with what he heard, and he asked to give him a 1-minute speech. And after this, we will probably close this beautiful day in forum.
Yeah, I remember when we started designing this event, and thinking also with Kirill, with Elias, I knew we will make it, and we did make it, mostly because of you. Thank you for that. But I'm also sure that we will make the reconstruction of Ukraine. I don't have any doubts of that. And this is also about the infrastructure, business, but also about the lives of people which we discussed just now. I heard two important concepts during the URC now. One was about the bravery of business, and Bayer was today also saying about that. And now one was about emotional capital. So people coming now also with emotions, and we had now some emotions. So I think if we put it together, brave business and emotional capital, and you will be the first, and I know that many of you, especially Ukrainian business, already do this. I'm absolutely sure you will win. We will win in this war, but we will also win the peace with your help. And it's better for you to be earlier in this with us if you are the foreign business. Thanks a lot for it.
So on behalf of the organizing team, I also want to thank to our partners and co-organizers, EBA, London Chamber of Commerce, all those who support us, of course, like our Center for Economic Recovery, our team, you are really great. All our supporters like SAIP, like EFI Group of Igor Liski, like diligent partners, Dan Pasko, and of course the London Business School, who actually made it happen because everything was occupied, and you contributed so much with this beautiful space, with your participation in bringing coolest moderators I've seen throughout this week. So this concludes our forum. I thank you, all of you. We will seriously consider actually doing this forum a regular event, and probably suggest that to our German counterparts for the next Ukraine Recovery Week. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making this forum great. Have a great day. Now we have networking premises downstairs, so the third floor will not work. It will be closed, but we have some kind of bridges of atriums where we can hang out and spend a great time there.
This is Ukraine,
Till
a country of brave hearts, creative minds, fertile soil, and rich mineral resources. Agriculture is Ukraine's economic engine, along with energy, chemistry, manufacturing industries, metallurgy, and the extraction of minerals. So, yeah, we rock. Our country can even show off unicorns, as many famous startups were born here. In terms of IT, we are the #1 engineering workforce in Central Europe. We are betting on a digitalized future. Ukraine is the first country with a valid digital ID and the fastest business registration in the world. That's how we're moving towards being a modern, democratic European state. We're moving. Until one morning, our people woke up to explosions. Russia launched a full-scale invasion. Missiles, air raids, battles on peaceful lands. We faced forced migration, logistics crises, port blockades, communication outages, and constant blackouts. But nothing can break us. We are hard workers. We are fighters. To the entire world, Ukrainians have demonstrated heroic resistance. and Ukrainian businesses showed extraordinary resilience too. In a matter of weeks, companies managed to reorganize and rethink their business models to keep working in extreme conditions. Can you imagine the hidden potential of people who kept growing their businesses from bomb shelters? And not just growing, but creating new ones as well. 200,000 new entrepreneurs were registered in 2022. 76% of the surveyed SMEs are currently expanding their businesses. 63% of EBA members continue to invest in Ukraine during the war. At the same time, Ukrainian manufacturers exported $37 billion worth of products in 2022 alone. The point is that history is being written at this very moment, and your hand can put your big idea, your solution, or your business on its pages. This is the moment to make a move. Work with us. Buy Ukrainian products. Use our services. Defense, agriculture, food, IT and telecom, logistics, natural resources, energy, pharma and manufacturing. Ukraine presents limitless investment opportunities. Over 1,500 investment projects with a 450 billion investment potential and over 2,000 startups with an 11 billion investment potential are ready to be launched. Every day, we are closer to our victory. Support freedom and dignity. Work with Ukraine. Invest in Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine.